order. We'll go ahead and begin at this time with roll call. Sherelle, can you assist us with roll call, please?
The landline, is that with the nation? Okay, I think, remember on Fridays, they shut it off for the weekends, the long distance?
Somebody's phone number ending in 193. We can hear your conversation, so please mute. Sherelle, can you assist us with roll call, please? We're going to go ahead and call this meeting to order at 10:08 a.m.
Yes, good morning. Yes, good morning. Good morning. Lava Nation Council regular meeting via telecommunications / in person. Honorable Madam Chair Eugenia Charles Newton.
Delegate Charles Newton is present from Shiprock, New Mexico.
Thank you, Honorable Madam Eugenia Charles Newton is present. Honorable Vice Chair Sherilyn Yazzie. Honorable Stephen Arvizo.
I'm here.
Thank you, Honorable Stephen Arvizo is present. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr.
Good morning, present.
Thank you, Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. is present. Honorable Nathan Nota.
How much is the amount?
Honorable Sherilyn Yazzie is excused. Honorable Nathan Nota. With that, Honorable Madam Chair Charles Newton, you have 3 members present, with the constitutes a quorum, Madam Chair.
Thank you for that, Sherelle. I didn't excuse Vice Chair Sherilyn Yazzie from the meeting today. It does state within the law that our responsibilities are at council and committee meetings. I did reference that. So at this time, I will not recognize the excused absence of Vice Chair Sherilyn Yazzie. So with that, we'll go ahead and proceed forward at this time to invocation. Delegate Arvizo, I know that you're there at the Law and Order Committee building. Can you lead us in invocation at this time?
Madam Chair, do keha so tahagido ari tahor negi law and order bench to eya kodo astanetly. Second, third, and fourth Monday of every month. Ako kodo eya iso so the linigi behasti tole. Kat in leni after hun loni kodo eya to the zindenigi behasti to beyash kitode. Ko eya naltos agenda yolia eya ni tato saltos. Aro bikawi katolis aro de quigoshi alketasto. No eya bande ido and no nasi katolis so eya. Sanet Shikati Aro Kodo Eya Law and Order members done Lenigi Eya Basta Hunlodo Le Hadishin Dakai Aro Shi Eya Banan Nish Kodo Navajo Nation Yade Nishdo Yandal
22105-278. Yes. Michelle Wilson. Madam Chair, be done with the prayer.
Thank you so much, Lorraine. Oh, it cut out there, Delegate Arvizo. We did get the beginning part of your prayer and we appreciate it. But as I stated, the sound did cut out there, so we didn't get the other half of it. But we appreciate the prayer at this time, Delegate Arvizo. I know that usually when you offer prayers for all of the Navajo people, for the Navajo Nation, all the leaders who have to make tough decisions each and every day. So we appreciate the prayers at this time, Delegate Arvizo.
Well,
So with that, we'll go ahead and proceed to the next item on the agenda, which is recognizing guests and visiting officials. We do have 3 members of the Law and Order Committee who are on the call, which constitutes a quorum. We'll go ahead and we'll begin with Delegate Stephen Arvizo. Delegate Stephen Arvizo, if you could introduce yourself to those who are listening in on the line at this time.
yeah, no, if Ned Auto Kuro staff, no, it's good to see you all, Auto Ari. So I saw Tanigi, I had log for National Law and Order meeting. Stephen Arvizo, Ian, yeah. Since the card in Shibit and the A bus is chin, Hachi, dash a chain, 20 chini, dash a null. We died, Nen Schnitters, the guide. I am the Toha, Apia, you go a hole, yeah. Madam Chair.
Thank you, Delegate Arvizo. You know, I just now realized Delegate Arvizo, Chinle. So it's good to make that relationship. So I apologize that I wasn't calling you that in the past, but it's good to have that relationship established. Shiaj Delegate Herman Daniels, if you could introduce yourself.
Thank you very much, Kudo, Madam Chair, Kudo Shamayaja. I see back here in Kudo Hanta Kudo. I saw Legin Habi Yish Washiki Kudo. I see back here, send up back here and it's in the ho. Adonana Kudo, Shikudo, Herman Jr. Adonana Adona and Shingi Bet Ahni. Adonana Kitachini, Ada Suje. Toy Lean Ada Suche. Ado has got the way that's another ho. Adonana, what I can hit in it or less deep in it. Adonana Panas, Shikia, Nafis An, or Jet Ho, Shant Ho, Api Ken. Adonana Law and Order Committee, A Ajo A, assigned Ilia, the Western Dash and Shiko, A could have representing a Western agency. So, Idiotati, they have the snake or less. Thank you, Madam Chair. Smile.
Madam Chair, are you?
Yeah, I'm here. Sorry, I forgot to unmute myself. Shiaj, thank you for the introduction. Delegate Nathan Nota, are you on the line? Vice Chair Sherilyn Yazzie, are you on the line? Okay, not hearing anything. I'm going to go ahead and proceed forward. Good morning, everyone who is listening. My name is Eugenia Charles Newton. I am the chairwoman for Law and Order Committee for the 25th Navajo Nation Council. My clans are Betahni. I'm born for Ashiha. Ashche are my maternal grandfathers, and then Twapaha are my paternal grandfathers. So it's good to be here. I represent the Shiprock community, again, representing myself on the Law and Order Committee. So we'll go ahead and we'll proceed forward. Do we have any other delegates on the line who wish to announce themselves at this time?
Madam Chair, can you hear me?
Yes.
This is Delegate Nota.
Oh, wonderful.
Yes.
Delegate Nota, if you can go ahead and introduce yourself.
Yat Ayo. Organization here on the bus chain. Twitchini does Chado, Ashini does another. And I represent Nashida. Do my teacher Nakabito do Basta. And good morning, everybody. Good to see you all online.
Good morning, Delegate Nota. Thank you for joining the Law and Order Committee. So we do have 4 members present at this time on the Law and Order Committee. So we'll go ahead and I'd like to ask, are there any delegates currently on the line who wishes to announce themselves for the record?
That is Delegate Tarloon. This is Delegate Amber Bakrati.
Delegate Crotty, go ahead and introduce yourself for everyone who's listening in.
Oh, yeah, you said it. Thank you. Appreciate it. Law and Order Committee members, staff. Ja, ani nesla do Viking people bashes chin. Des chili desite do Belagana des Sanale. Shay Amber Canis Bakrati. Yanisha To Hot Toy Danotsa. And I represent Sheep Springs, Sugar Hills, Tolina, Tanasi, Red Valley, and the capital. I appreciate the Law and Order Committee. Thank you.
Again, we want to reiterate empowerment, right? You can't help deter this issue, right?
That's not my back.
No matter how big or how small they
Okay,
are.
yeah, I'm not seeing it popping up on screen. Who doesn't have their phone mute? There we go. It was a 480 number. So thank you for catching that, Sherelle. So are there any other delegates on the line who wish to announce themselves at this time? Okay, not hearing anything. We'll go ahead and proceed forward. Do we have anybody from the Speaker's office on the line?
Good morning, Madam Chair. This is Stacy Allison, Staff Assistant with the Office of the Speaker.
Thank you, Ms. Allison. Thank you for being on the line with us this morning. Do we have anybody from OPVP on the line?
Good morning, Madam Chair. Good morning, Madam Chair. This is Vicki Shirley, and I am here from the Office of the President and Vice President. Thank you.
Good morning, Ms. Shirley. Thank you for being on the line with us here today. Is there anybody from Office of Legislative Counsel on the line?
Good morning, Madam Chair and members of the Law and Order Committee. This is Loya Kanwachni Henderson. I am on the line with OLC. Thanks.
Good morning, Loya. Thank you for being on the call with us this morning. Lorraine and Sherelle, I'm going to go ahead and allow the both of you to introduce yourself to those of you, for those who are currently on the line. So Lorraine.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Lorraine Benson, Protocol sa chain kia ani kasi chedo hana ni kasi na tanan chedo. I am the legislative advisor for the Law and Order Committee, and Sherelle is not at her desk right now. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Lorraine. I didn't hear you. Did you say Sherelle is not at her desk right now?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Okay, so we'll go ahead and proceed forward. Do we have anybody from the judicial branch present?
Law and Order Committee members. This is Karen Francis. I am the Acting Administrative Director of the courts. Thank you.
Good morning, Ms. Francis. Thank you for being on the line with us here this morning. Do we have any executive directors who wish to announce themselves for the record at this time?
Good morning. This is Michael Anderson, Executive Division Director for Public Safety as appointed by Dr. Nygren. Good morning, Yatem.
Thank you, Director Anderson, for being on the line with us. Do we have anybody from Department of Justice on the line with us here this morning?
Good morning. This is J.C. McCray, Staff Attorney with the Department of Justice. Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. McCray. Thank you for being on the line with us this morning. Do we have any chapter officials on the line at this time?
Good morning. Good morning, yeah, Dave Bennett. This is, my name is Darlene Pino. That is on Navajo Mountain Chapter Vice President. De Hashneto so this morning. Although a she hinchly the chichi pashes chinky and the chichi told Chini. Egis in a shot, is to Alamo, New Mexico. What do you tell us to see do you have?
Ms. Pino, thank you for being with us this morning. We appreciate you being on the call representing the beautiful Navajo Mountain. Do we have any other chapter officials on the line who wish to announce themselves for the record?
Good morning, Madam Chair. Dr. Rosanna Jumbo Fitch Yoda na Twitch eating in a shlado, my desh usually bushes chin, tapaha dash chedo desh chitney dashanella. I am the chapter president here at Chinle chapter. Thank you.
Thank you for being on the line, Dr. Fitch. So we appreciate you being here, and I know you'll be providing us a report later in the meeting. Is there anybody else who wishes to announce themselves for the record at this time? Okay, not hearing anything, we'll go ahead and proceed forward to the review and adoption of the agenda. Lorraine, can you read the agenda into the record, please?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair and members of the Law and Order Committee. Agenda of the Law and Order Committee, 25th Nomination Council, regular meeting through telecommunication or in person, June 12, 2023, 10 a.m. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton, Chairperson, Honorable Sherilyn Yazzie, Vice Chairperson, Location Law and Order Committee, Conference Room, Winter Rock, Arizona. 1, call meeting to order. Roll call and invocation. Number 2, recognize guests and visiting officials. Number 3, review the agenda. Number 4, review and adopt the journal. There's one journal for May 22nd, 2023. 5, receiving reports. 8, report from Navajo Nation Public Safety and Court Administrator on the status of the complete implementation of tribal access programs. Going to be report from Dr. Rosanna Jumbo Fitch, Lee GA, President, Chinle Chapter, Government regarding Chinle Chapter complete on emergency flooding response efforts. 6, old business none. 7, new business. 8, legislation number 0108-23. B, discussion purpose and change meeting date from June 19, 2023 to June 20th, 2023 due to Tuesday holiday. C, discussion purpose of scheduling public safety facility update to chapters, meet date and time and place. D, finish LOC leadership meeting due to interruption, meet date, time and place. Still need to discuss Title 17 Criminal Code, National Crime Information Center, and National Missing and Unidentified Persons Systems and Violence Against Women Act. Other suggestion was to meet with AUSA Indian Country Crime or New Mexico and Utah portion. 8, close of meeting, announcement and adjournment. Madam Chair, thank you.
Thank you for that reading of the record, Lorraine. So with that, committee members, we do have a, Lorraine did read the agenda into the record. Can I get a motion and a second at this time?
Delegate Nota motion.
Delegate Nathan Nota makes the motion to accept and adopt the agenda. Can I get a second? Committee members, we do second made by Delegate Herman Daniels. So with that, we have a motion and a second established. Committee members, are there any questions, any comments, or any amendments that need to be made to the agenda at this time? Okay, not hearing anything from any of the committee members, we'll go ahead and we'll proceed forward to accepting the agenda as read on the record by Lorraine on this June 12th, 2023. Sherelle, can you assist us with a roll call vote, please?
Honorable Stephen Arvisa, how do you vote?
Sherelle, I'm not sure if you're reading the names, but we can't hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can barely hear you.
Honorable Hernan Daniels Jr., how do you vote?
I vote green.
Sherelle, I can't hear you, but I vote green. Delegate Nota.
If I unmute myself on this side, then just shutting that one down for both of them.
Sherelle, for some reason, we can barely hear you.
Honorable Madam Chair.
Yes, we can hear you, but we could also hear that echo. Everyone who's in the Law and Order Committee building who's got their computer audio on or who's called in, you may have to put yourself on mute.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you, Sherelle. Sherelle?
Honorable Madam Chair, Charles Newton, you have 3 in favor, 0 opposed, 1 absent, which is Honorable Sherilyn Yazzie, and Madam Chair, Charles Newton not voting.
Thank you so much for that, Sherelle. So with that 3 in favor, 0 opposed, 2 not voting, 1 being the chair, 1 being absent, we'll go ahead and proceed forward at this time. We have an agenda set before the Law and Order Committee here today. We'll go ahead and move forward to item number 4 on the agenda, review and adopt the journals. We do have a journal that was dated May 22nd, 2023. Sherelle, can you tell us when that journal was sent to the Law and Order Committee?
Good morning, LOC members and everyone listening in on the call. Was sent out on Monday, June 5th, 2023 at 4:04 p.m. Madam Chair and LOC members.
Sherelle, did you say June 5th?
Yes.
Okay, committee members, the email was sent to us June 5th, 2023. It is a journal that's dated May 22nd, 2023. I do need a motion and a second at this time to accept the journals.
I'll make that motion, Delegate Arvizo.
Thank you, Delegate Arvizo. He makes the motion. Can I get a second?
Delegate Nota, second.
Delegate Nathan Nota seconds. So with that, committee members, are there any questions or any comments or any amendments that need to be made to the May 22nd, 2023 journal? Okay, not hearing anything. We'll go ahead and proceed forward to the vote. Cheryl, can you assist us with roll call vote, please?
Honorable Stephen Arvisa, how do you vote?
Green.
Thank you, Honorable Stephen Arvisa votes green. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr., how do you vote?
I vote green.
Thank you, Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. votes green. Honorable Nathan Nota, how do you vote?
Yes.
Thank you, Honorable Nathan Nota votes green. With that, Honorable Madam Chair Charles Newton, you have 3 in favor, 0 opposed. Madam Chair Charles Newton not voting, and Vice Chair Sherilyn Yazzie absent, Madam Chair.
Thank you for that. With a vote of 3 in favor, 0 opposed, 2 not voting, the journal for May 22nd, 2023 is hereby accepted. We'll go ahead and proceed forward to item number 5, receiving reports. We do have a report from the Navajo Nation Public Safety and Court Administrator on the status of the complete implementation of the Tribal Access Program. I believe that this is a program that is being funded and is also under the Department of, the Judicial Branch, if I'm not mistaken, and then also Division of Public Safety. Do we have the presenters on the line at this time?
Madam Chair, this is Karen Francis.
Ms. Francis, are you going to be presenting on this on tap?
Chair, I will be presenting on behalf of Judicial Branch. I would not present on behalf of Division of Public Safety.
Do we have somebody from Division of Public Safety on the line who will be presenting this information?
Yes, good morning. Orlando Bowman, Program Supervisor, Information Management Section, Navajo Police Department. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Bowman, for being on the line. So with that, we do have the 2 presenters. Are there any other presenters who are on the line right now who will be giving information on TAP, the Tribal Access Program? Okay, not hearing anything. We do have 2 presenters on the line. Committee members, what I'll go ahead and do is I'm going to go ahead and turn the floor over to them. Upon completion of their 20-minute presentation, I will then at that point ask for a motion and a second to for the report, and then we'll go ahead and proceed forward to opening the door for questions. So at this time, Judicial Branch, Mr. Bowman, I know that you both have presented to the Law and Order Committee before. Do you have any questions regarding the procedure before I turn the floor over to you for your 20-minute presentation?
No.
Thank you, Ms. Francis. Mr. Bowman?
No.
Wonderful. So with that, Lorraine, if you could put 20 minutes on the clock, we'll go ahead and turn the floor over to Judicial for 10 minutes and then Division of Public Safety for 10 minutes. Again, upon completion of the report, I will then ask for a motion and a second from the Law and Order Committee members. I would like to remind everyone on the line and everyone who is listening in on their phone to make sure that their phone is muted. Any interruption during the presentation is interruption that is being done, the work that is being done on behalf of the Navajo people and on behalf of the Navajo Nation. So this is your first warning. If your phone goes off or if your phone is not muted during this time, we'll go ahead and we're going to hang up on you, and then you'll have to call back in again. So please make sure that your phone is muted. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and turn the floor over at this time to the Judicial Branch and then Division of Public Safety. Karen, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I did send a report to Laureen a little earlier, and it is a memorandum. So I'll just go ahead and go over that memorandum. It states that on January 5th, 2018, the Navajo Nation Judicial Conference which is composed of the judges and justices of the Navajo Nation, adopted a resolution taking a position that the judicial branch will not participate in the Federal Tribal Access Program. And I attached resolution JB-JA-01-18. The resolution states that pursuant to 9 NNC subsection 1661B2, upon receipt of a protection order, the Navajo Nation Police Department is tasked with the duty to file the order in a protection order registry. Furthermore, the Navajo Nation Police Department is also required to maintain a registry of all protection orders. And that is the end of that quote. And the official resolution of the Judicial Conference is the position of the judicial branch. That is my report. And if you have any questions, I am also available by email at karenfrancis@navajo-nsn.gov. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Francis. Mr. Bowman?
Questions or you report? Yes, I'm ready to do my report, ma'am. Okay, bina Arnold School. Orlando D. Bowman, Program Supervisor, Information Management, Navajo Police Department. Twitchini, Ishlashi, Bashashin, Papahi, Aish, Chinle, or Chinle, no, Shiche. Bitani Ashin, Chiche, Papahi, Aish, Chinle, Tahoe to Adanasha. In regards to the Tribal Access Program, which started under the Russell Brigade administration with a request and approval by the Office of the President to initiate the access and participation into the Tribal Access Program, November of 2017. Current users within the program are Navajo Police Department, SORNA, Sex Offender Registry Notification Act, Department of Criminal Investigation, Department of Corrections, Office of the Navajo Nation Prosecutor with OBI assisting in terms of backgrounds, Navajo Division of Social Service, who use it for placement, emergency placement of children and background checks on prospective parental adoptees. And initially, Judicial Branch opted into this program back in 2017. And then, as you heard, eventually opted out in 2018. Nonetheless, the participation of the programs, I on the agenda it says complete implementation. I believe that's the incorrect statement because there are still so many uses of the TAP that we can utilize. But it's up to us as a Navajo Nation to decide how we want to implement it more effectively. SORNA, our police officers in the SORNA program use it to keep, maintain, and track information on sex offenders of the Navajo Nation that are registered. And right now we have over 600 registered sex offenders on the Navajo Nation. Department of Criminal Investigation will be using it to do access for criminal history, investigations with suspects, etc. Department of Correction uses it for background checks on prospective employment hires. Again, prosecutor uses it for investigation purposes as well as background checks on potential applicants for the Office of the Prosecutor. And Social Service, I did mention, for prospective parents and emergency placement of children. So those are the current users. I have done presentations to Navajo Housing Authority, have done presentations to Department of Diné Education, that possibly can consider. We still have, to my understanding, an outstanding application by Office of Background Investigation, Navajo Nation, to utilize it for state and federal criminal history checks for prospective applicants. And Rama Navajo Personnel Department, I believe, also has an outstanding application, again, for background checks on state and federal prospective applicants. The Tribal Access Program basically allows your agency to utilize the federal criminal justice system for public safety administrative missions. And right now we do have what we call kiosk over at several locations on the Navajo Nation. We do have these kiosks, which consist of a camera, a printer, a scanner, a mouse, live scanning meaning automated fingerprint identification system, and obviously the computer, the CPU, etc. It's this kiosk. There's 2 of them in Window Rock, one at Social Service and one at the Window Rock Police District. There's 2 in Chinle, one at the Sex Offender Office and one at Department of Corrections. And we do have one in Kayenta. And we also have one in Tuba City. And these kiosks are available to the partners that I mentioned earlier to utilize for the intended services for state and federal criminal history checks, as well as inquiries on the individuals that they may be investigating. So we do have a scheduled training at the end of the month, June 26th through the 29th. The U.S. Department of Justice is coming out to do training for criminal investigation, and we're also going to be adding some social service employees that want to get updated on their training. You have to qualify or go through a check in order to access this what they call law enforcement enterprise portal. Because in the kiosk system, you do have access to FBI, criminal history information, criminal justice information system agencies throughout each of the 50 states, District of Columbia, U.S. territories, Canada, Department of Justice. And you do have to qualify through training as well as authorization. I am the point of contact for the Navajo Nation as it relates to authorizing individuals, well, not just me, but the US DOJ as well. And the programs send their information to me, and then it is sent to, well, not just me, but to the federal government for the individuals wanting to have access to the CJIS system. We also have access to state level information, driver's license, vehicle registration through inlets. And with us having the capability on the kiosk for full access to the systems that do name-based checks, fingerprint-based checks. And when you go into LEAP, there's other applications primarily for criminal justice agencies to access other databases that are relevant for any type of investigation purposes or sharing of information regarding, criminal justice matters. So I did provide to this group here a handout, a PowerPoint that it kind of just gives an overview of what the Tribal Access Program covers. So there's so many other applications that we can utilize that we are, we're just touching the surface. example is the JWIN training, which basically stands for Justice Web Interface to NCIC. Allows individuals to perform name-based interaction with the following system, which is III, we call it, which is basically a national index of name-based criminal histories or rap sheets. And then INLET state databases, International Justice or Public Safety Network, NCIC criminal database containing information on property persons, and then NICS as it relates to firearms and explosives and that type of information. And then there's LEAP, which is secure website, encrypted email, and then also probably more for our law enforcement agencies or investigative national information sharing system index. So it has many other capabilities and possibilities that we can utilize this information. And yet, I believe we're maybe probably about 50% of utilizing this tribal access program. It was mentioned that judicial branch opted out, but one of the key elements that judicial branch can use, which I did speak with the Chief Justice about this about a month ago, that they should consider evaluating the TAP system, because they're Navajo Nation probation officers.
Lorraine, Sherelle, the audio cut off. Hello?
We do have the support of all these other programs that are
Hello?
So, Madam Chair.
I am so sorry. You cut off like the last maybe 2 minutes. And I was trying to speak to say we can't hear you, like your audio cut off, but I don't think you guys could hear me. Lorraine, can you hear me? Delegate.
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay. The last 2 minutes of his presentation cut off. So I'm not sure what's going on with the sound, but again, the last 2 minutes of the presentation were cut off. Did you need some more time, Mr. Bowman?
No, ma'am. I can go over a few other things, but however, I think more importantly, we can take questions regarding the TAP for the Navajo Nation. Because like I mentioned earlier, I've done presentations to NHA, DOTI, and because human resources can do this as well. You know, OBI is considering this process. However, there's an outstanding issue with the TAP right now, and that is because OBI has an application in. They made me resubmit because there's a change in leadership over there at Office of Background Investigation. And then Navajo Nation, RAMA. They submitted applications over a year ago, and the issue was outstanding because criminal justice agencies don't have to pay for access to TAP, the resources that are available under TAP. Non-criminal justice, such as Navajo Nation Social Service, has to pay a fee per inquiry, and it's about $12 or $13 per inquiry. Right now, OBI pays anywhere from $20 to $30 per individual when they do a state federal criminal history check through their channelers. So if they went to TAP, they would cut down their costs, which was actually the applicant has to be the one paying for this cost. Human resources, which is like OBI, can conduct fingerprint-based record checks on employees, prospective employees, volunteers who have regular contact with or control over Indian children, such as schools, daycare, school transportation, parks and rec. I mean, there's even the housing part of it, but I think we still have many areas that we can address under TAP, but the main issue, like I was saying right now, is the billing. FBI would rather bill the Navajo Nation just one time as opposed to billing social service, OBI, Raymond Navajo, their HR department, three separate billings. So that information has gone to DOJ, and unfortunately, we haven't had a formal discussion on this matter to where billing can be just done one time, as opposed to FBI billing the Navajo Nation 3 separate times because of different programs. So that will be one of the main outstanding issues, Madam Chair. Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Bowman. Does that complete your presentation at this time?
Oh.
Yeah, Mr. Bowman. So with that, committee members, as was stated, there was a memo that was sent out to Lorraine. Lorraine just now sent it out at 10:45 a.m. Lorraine, I know that we have Delegate Crotty on the line. Can you make sure that she gets a copy of that report as well? So with that, committee members, are there any questions or any comments to the presentation provided to us here at TAP regarding TAP?
Madam Chair, not necessarily regarding TAP, but Ms. Karen Francis, I know you sent the report out. Can you, I'm driving and not seeing the report. Can you maybe give us your top 2 points regarding your report?
Thank you, Delegate Nota. Ms. Francis, can you provide, I guess, maybe a summary of the report for Delegate Nathan Nota?
Thank you, Chair and Delegate Nota. Back in 2018, January 2018, the Navajo Nation Judicial Conference adopted a resolution, and they took the position that the judicial branch will not participate in the federal tribal access program. The Judicial Conference is composed of the judges and justices of the Navajo Nation. I did send a copy of the resolution along with the memorandum that I provided. So you would be free to look through that resolution. However, I would like to point out that the resolution does state that pursuant to Navajo Nation Code, the Navajo Nation Police Department is tasked with the duty to file protection orders in a protection order registry, and that they are also required to maintain a registry of all protection orders. So this judicial conference resolution, this is the position of the judicial branch. And that sums up my report, Delegate Nota. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Karen. Committee members, are there any other questions or comments at this time? Delegate Crotty, did you have any questions at this time?
Shadi, yes, I did. So thank you, Mr. Bowman and Ms. Francis, for your report. In terms of TAP, can you provide to the committee and council what is the process for Navajo Nation Police Department to, how are you utilizing TAP for the protection orders? Give us an idea of how that's being inputted into the system. And if then that is available for other law enforcement to actively be able to search protection orders that are issued by our Navajo Nation courts in protecting our Navajo Nation people. That's my question. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate Crotty. So hold on, before we get to the questions and answers, I apologize. I did say I was going to ask for a motion and a second. Committee members, I do need a motion and a second for this report.
Delegate Arbizo motion.
Delegate
Second,
Stephen
thank-
Arbizo makes the motion. I think that's Delegate Herman Daniels who said he'll second. Is that correct, Delegate Daniels?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Okay, so with that, Mr. Bowman, I'm going to turn the floor back over to you. Delegate Crotty has posed a few questions. The floor is yours.
I don't have the statistical information at this time. I will have to get that information, but prior to to this day, June 12th, we were not putting any of these protection orders into the national database because it goes nationwide at the time. I mean, it still goes nationwide. However, I understand that there's been several that have been entered into national databases. Now, the continuity of protection orders, we can, as far as I know, is initiated either in the courts, prosecutor, and then is provided to the police department. I mean, this issue has been ongoing for many years, ever since we started doing electronic computerized records management system, going back as far as the CRIS and then to the CODI, whose responsibility is to initiate and put this information into a database. Because at this time, protection orders are provided, physical hard copies provided to the police district, and then the districts maintain it hard copy alphabetically. So when an officer does a 2829 check on individual, they contact the dispatcher, the public safety telecommunications operator, and they physically look through protection orders. And I mean, going back that far to where it could be done electronically, but it hasn't been the case to where we've made this adjustment to where who's going to be entering that type of information. I know that the courts had a concern with that in terms of workforce, and but right now I'll get this information provided to the legislative assistant in terms of statistical data on protection orders. But to my knowledge, we haven't been putting very little into the tribal access system, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Bowman. Committee members, I was trying to send out a text message to the committee, but it's buffering, it looks like. So could I have somebody take the chair? I do have questions regarding TAP. Delegate Crotty, in the meantime, did you have any further questions or comments?
Chair, while you think of your questions, what I would want to ask from the committee is how can we support, chairing the Sexual Assault Prevention Subcommittee and dealing with the issues with our missing and murdered and their relatives, and also the domestic violence in the nation. It always goes back to prevention, and part of that prevention piece was not only assisting the victim and survivor of violence with a protection order, but trying to get that protection order not only served, through the courts. We're also now working with our federal partners on what will it take to start enforcing protection orders. and some of the federal enhancements. And so we would need Navajo Nation Public Safety to develop a plan on how they're going to digitally enter in these protection orders for the safety and protection of our relatives. I think anyone who has a protection order, which includes myself, my understanding is that this is not, according to federal law, it's not only on Navajo Nation, but anywhere I go in the continental United States, I'm protected. And so I think in terms of if Navajo Nation hasn't moved forward to digitize, I would need the help of the committee on either a directive, how its budget time is coming up, so we can make a legislative concern, or we can move forward with a corrective action plan, or if the Division Director of Public Safety is on the line, Mr. Anderson, to get us some idea in terms of where this issue lies on his priorities and how we could either support if there's additional funding that's needed, or to continue to have this dialogue and conversation so that we understand the importance of digitizing the protection orders. And that would be helpful for the advocates. Next month, we'll be having advocate training, and it's a stark contrast on what resources are provided here on Navajo Nation to our survivors of violence and what type of advocacy work we're able to provide in surrounding state communities. And it's a basic right that we need to provide here on Navajo Nation. Thank you. Those are my questions and my comments.
Thank you for that, Delegate Crotty. I'm going to turn the floor over to Mr. Bowman at this time to answer the questions and concerns raised by Delegate Crotty.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My recommendation obviously would be that we regroup and have this discussion a little bit more thoroughly, because protection orders are issued from the court, as I understand, and it would be advantageous to have judicial branch be part of TAP so that they can be the one entering the tribal, the protection order into the tribal access system, which is a nationwide, database. But beyond that, I think we actually need to sit down and have a discussion on this, because it would be the best thing to do to address some of the issues as well, and this one being in particular, Madam Chair.
Thank you so much, Mr. Bowman, for providing that information to the Law and Order Committee meeting at this time. Committee members, I do have a couple of questions for Mr. Bowman, so I do need assistance at this time. Committee members, we don't have the vice chair who is at the meeting. So if I could have one of the other delegates step up and chair the meeting so that I can ask my questions.
Madam Chair, I'll be glad to help you out. The Delegate Arvizo.
Thank you, Delegate Arvizo. I'll go ahead and throw you the gavel at this time. I'm throwing it your way now.
Madam Chair, thank you. We're going to proceed with our questions to TAPS. We have a question by Delegate Newton. You can proceed with your questions, ma'am.
Thank you so much, Delegate Arvizo, for assisting me with the Law and Order Committee meeting at this time. Mr. Bowman and Ms. Francis, thank you both for presenting information on the Tribal Access Program. I just want clarification, and I do want to share this information for those who are listening in online, and for anybody who does have a protection order or a restraining order in place. My understanding is the Tribal Access Program for the National Crime Information, it was expanded to provide tribes access to the National Crime Information System. and that TAP does allow selected, federally recognized tribes. In this case, it would be Navajo. It does allow Navajos to more effectively serve and protect their nation's citizens by ensuring the exchange of critical data across the criminal justice information services system and other national crime information systems. Some of those information systems, as I understand, looking at the TAP website, include the National Crime Information Center, and then, for public safety, I guess, purposes, allowing information to go between law enforcement, jails, prosecutors, courts, probation, pretrial, services. So it's a lot of I guess maybe sharing of information. And committee members, and also Loya, I know that you are on the call from Office of Legislative Counsel. As was stated by Delegate Crotty, I too myself have a restraining order in place. And I can tell you that in the last few weeks, one of the biggest challenges that I faced in making sure that my restraining order was not only honored by other jurisdictions, but making sure that law enforcement were well aware of the restraining order was the way that each office and division works in silos. And I can say that I thought that this was only happening on the Navajo Nation, but I have learned that this is also the case with the Farmington, and then also San Juan County, Farmington Police Department and San Juan County. It is a long process to not only get a restraining order and a protection order in place, but it is a long process getting other jurisdictions to recognize that this document issued by the court is that's supposed to protect you. It's a long process getting recognition, getting the various jurisdictions to recognize that this is happening. And I'm sharing my story because I think that this is a great opportunity for us to understand the many challenges that our people face in making, just to be safe, just to know, that they are going to be okay. So number one, an individual goes to law enforcement seeking a restraining order or protection order for purposes of safety. Number two, there is a wait, usually about a 2-week wait on the Navajo Nation in order for a hearing to be set and for the parties to be called and for an actual hearing to take place. My hearing took about 6 hours. 6 hours of testimony, 6 hours of evidence, 6 hours of making sure that everything was covered. And then it was finally granted to myself and to my husband. This restraining order, this protection order has did little to nothing to protect me. And I speak on behalf of all of the victims out there who have protection orders and restraining orders in place where we're not seeing any action from law enforcement. In fact, there were 3 occasions where I had to argue with law enforcement in order for them to enforce my restraining order or my protection order. That should not be the case. When a restraining order or a protection order is put in place and it's signed off by the courts, that document should be enough for law enforcement to either remove the individual who is in the area who shouldn't be, or to ask them to leave. And on 3 occasions, I was put in a situation where I had to defend myself in order for that restraining order and protection order to to mean something. And, you know, it is very frustrating, but keep in mind, you know, I had to go to a hearing. I had to prove that the restraining order was needed. I got a 5-year restraining order, and it did not, and it still has not protected me. So it's a little bit frustrating right now to know that this program, this federally funded program, the Tribal Access Program, TAP, is being enforced right now by the Division of Public Safety, but we also have a letter from the court saying that they don't want to be involved. And I'm looking at the letter right now, and it says that the concerns are not only because you don't have the resources to hire additional staff, Ms. Francis, from the Navajo Nation courts right now, you don't have the resources to hire additional staff to take on the additional responsibilities of entering information into the database that's offered by TAP, particularly since the judicial branch is already providing the information requested to local law enforcement, and the information is accessible to the prosecutor's office and the law enforcement on Justware. Ms. Francis, I call your statement because that is not what is happening. Oftentimes, the Law and Order Committee hears from the public about when the court is closed, when the court is open, when the court is not assisting members of the public who are seeking restraining orders or temporary emergency orders. We are hearing this constantly. I have sent emails to the court during the 24th Navajo Nation Council asking them to make the information available online so that people can file these restraining orders when the court is not open, because crime does happen on the weekend. Crime happens after 5 o'clock when offices are closed. Crime happens on holidays. In those instances, when the judicial branch is closed, there should be some way that people should be able to access these protection order requests and for it to be submitted to the court. What I'm hearing right now is a report from the Division of Public Safety on TAP, and I appreciate the report, but as Delegate Crotty stated, more needs to be done. We have right now, the Sexual Assault Prevention Subcommittee that Delegate Crotty is chair of. So I should technically, I should be calling Shadeja Chair Crotty. And then the Missing Murdered Indigenous Peoples, or we call it, our Diné relatives, that is currently happening. We're seeing at the federal level funds that are being given to the Navajo Nation to try to address this. And as a delegate, I always say that we need to be proactive. We cannot afford to be reactive anymore. Being reactive puts us in the state that we're at right now. And right now we do have relatives who are missing. We have relatives who call the police because they're scared. We have relatives that are hurt because maybe they have a restraining order in place, but it's not being implemented. And we have federal funds that are available to the Navajo people to try to address this. So I do not understand how the judicial branch was always involved in the TAP up until December 4th or 5th, 2017, when they had the judges meeting to not get involved in TAP and to also make the statement that they believe that there's ethical concerns for judges and staff. From my understanding, the court has already approved these restraining order and protection orders. And all that needs to be done is to put that information into a database so that it will allow protection for those individuals wherever they go throughout the United States, that restraining order would be recognized. And that's not what is happening right now. So I stand with Delegate Crotty and that something has to happen. Committee members, of the Law and Order Committee of the 25th Navajo Nation Council. We need to do something to enforce these restraining orders and protection orders given to our Navajo people, especially since we do have federal funds that allow us to do this, to implement that to implement not only a process that would allow us to see the restraining orders, but to know that these restraining orders are in place. And I want to go back to my story and just remind Division of Public Safety that in every instance that I called law enforcement, I had to prove that I had a restraining order. I carry my restraining order with me everywhere I go. I have a copy of it in my phone. I have a picture of it. When I was off the Navajo Nation, when I was attacked, I was also asked to provide a copy of the restraining order because Farmington Police Department didn't have a copy of that restraining order. It took me 8 hours to get my restraining order domesticated in San Juan County. I don't know how many of our Navajo people out there who have restraining orders or protection orders in place. I don't know how many of them have that, or I don't know how many of them can afford to take 8 hours off to get a restraining order domesticated. And it is a long process. And it hurts me to have to tell my story because I know that we have many Navajo people who have these restraining orders in place that don't know that you have to get this restraining order domesticated in another county so that when you call the police to say, I need protection and you're off the Navajo Nation, the police will respond faster because they're able to pull up that restraining order faster. But that requires it being domesticated. When I got finished domesticating my restraining order in San Juan County, I was told I then have to go to McKinley County to get it domesticated there. And I may also have to go to, or I shouldn't say may, but I do have to go to Cortez, Colorado and get my restraining order domesticated there as well. It is a long process. And again, you know, I just can't imagine a single mother or father who has a restraining order in place, who, you know, has the time and the gas money and the efforts to have to go and get these restraining orders domesticated when it sounds like this TAP can easily do this. So I don't know what is happening, committee members, but number one, we do need to take action to enforce these protection orders and restraining orders. Number two, we do need to call upon the judicial branch to ask them why they think why they feel it poses ethical concerns when they are the ones, the judges are the ones who grant these restraining order and protection orders. It doesn't make sense to say that there's ethical concerns when a court has already recognized that there is a need for somebody to be protected and these legal documents are there to protect them. I don't see where that ethical concern comes into place. So we need to have a stern conversation with the judicial branch on this matter. We need to ask the judicial branch why they are not part of TAP, why they are not sharing information. And I say that, Ms. Francis, because I did request information on my offender who I got a restraining order on, and I was told that it was confidential information. There is no confidential information when it is a public document. Anybody off the street can request a copy of my restraining order. Anybody can come off the street and they can request a copy of the times that I call the police because of the reasons that maybe I felt I was in danger. Those are public documents. So I don't know why the court said that those were confidential information. all of this needs to be fixed. And I speak again, not only as a person who does have a restraining order or protection order in place, but as a delegate who is on the Law and Order Committee, who has been tasked to help assist with public safety and justice for all of our Navajo people living on the Navajo Nation, and even those who are living off the Navajo Nation, because I don't know how many of them have protection orders or restraining orders in place who are living off the Navajo Nation. But these restraining orders and protection orders, they need to be recognized by all jurisdictions, including the Navajo Nation. So my question, Delegate Crotty, is what can we do to help assist with the Sexual Assault Prevention Subcommittee so that these restraining orders and protection orders are recognized and that our people don't have to go through this process? And I will say again, committee members, that it was a tedious process. And what I can say, and I'm glad that Speaker Damon is there in the Law and Order Committee building, because Speaker Damon has really been assisting me through this whole process. And I hurt for those who don't know the process. I have a Juris Doctorate. I was a prosecutor. And when you find yourself in that position, your mind goes blank. You find yourself not knowing the process, not knowing that you have to get these documents domesticated. So I just want to say, that it is very important that we not only use the TAP funding that's available through the federal government, but that we also honor it and that we are all involved in the process. So please, Division of Public Safety, Judicial Branch, I think we need to have a separate work session on this matter. We need to come up with a plan, and I do invite the Sexual Assault Prevention Subcommittee, the delegates who have been assigned to the subcommittee, and then also the victims advocates as well. But we need to have this conversation on how we can strengthen the restraining orders and the protection orders on the Navajo Nation. Thank you, Delegate Arvizo. Thank you again, Division of Public Safety, for the report, and Judicial Branch. Thank you for sending us this document. It is, again, very disappointing that the Judicial Branch does not want to be involved in this for ethical concerns, when they are the ones, the Judicial Branch, the judges are the ones who are approving these restraining orders, who are signing off on these restraining orders, but they're not willing to share information. Thank you.
Madam Chair, thank you for your questions. I'll give who's it? Finch, is that who it is? Ms. Francis. Ms. Francis? To respond?
Thank you, committee, Law and Order Committee. Title 9 of the Navajo Nation Code Act, I think it was 1776. Let me make sure I got that right. (1661). It does specifically state, and I don't believe that this has been changed, the Navajo Nation Police Department shall, upon receipt of a protection order, file the order in a protection order registry. Each Navajo Nation Police Department shall maintain a registry of all protection orders. What it says about the courts is that notify law enforcement. The court clerk shall provide a copy of the protection order to the police department with jurisdiction over the residence of the petitioner and over any other addresses listed in the order. From what I understand, the court is providing the law enforcement with those copies of the protection order, and law enforcement is not putting those into the TAP registry. That is my understanding from the report that Mr. Bowman has given. So my understanding is that the courts are providing that information and it's up to the police department to input that. It does not sound like that is being done. So I would ask for Mr. Bowman to address that. Thank you.
Ms. Francis, thank you for that response. I'll now go to Mr. Bowman for further answers. Mr. Bowman?
Thank you, Delegate Daniels, and committee members. I can't speak for the whole department as a whole, and I would be best to, I believe, sit down and have a discussion on the process of protection orders. Like I said earlier, this issue of who enters it into a database has been ongoing for many years. And, you know, and I think a more thorough discussion is required on this matter. In addition, I'd like to point out that I've made judicial branch aware of a what they call a hope card. Since they were the program that issues the protection order. It's a credit card size protection order that you can apply for a grant, and I believe as well as some personnel, I'm not sure. But it's called Hope Card, and it's a credit card size protection order. And, you know, that might be something to look into. And the other thing is there is a group that discusses issues called the Navajo Nation Integrated Justice Information Sharing Project, comprised of police, prosecutor, public defender, courts, and social service to discuss primarily IT matters, but in addition to that, sharing of information. And majority of the time, upper management doesn't attend these meetings. However, NI just needs to continue to address issues on a monthly, quarterly basis so that we can talk about issues. In addition to when we had the Criminal Justice Summit several years ago, that we had at Twin Arrows, there was, you know, there was already the agreement that we would have district meetings to, you know, for the criminal justice components come together and talk about concerns at each on the district level. We need to come back to that and have these discussions. But to answer the primary question of data entering, I think a more thorough discussion is required on this matter, Madam Chair, or Pro Tem. Mr. Daniels.
Arvizo. Arvizo.
Oh, Mr. Arvizo, my apologies.
Mr. Bowman, no problem. Mr. Bowman, thank you for that response, Madam Chair. Do you have anything else to add?
Thank you, Delegate Arvizo. Yes, I do.
You have the floor, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Delegate Arvizo, and thank you, Mr. Bowman. And just so we're clear, Mr. Bowman, I do have the binder of all of the information regarding the Navajo Nation Integrated Justice Information Sharing Project, the NNIJISP. I did receive this binder during the fiscal year 2019 proposed budget, but it also, you know, this binder provides not only the budget needs, but also the recommendations and the history of the NNIJISP. And just so you know this, Mr. Bowman, Delegate Crotty and I, we did try to get ARPA money to help assist with this database, but unfortunately, we were not successful in getting those funds. We are aware that this need is there. the sharing of information when it comes to crimes that are being committed on the Navajo Nation against the Navajo people need to be shared. So I just want to say that I am well aware of the NNIJISP, and we have made requests and attempts to try to increase the budget. In July of 2018, there was a letter that was written by the Chief Justice regarding the fixed costs. Actually, it was by the judicial branch of the Navajo Nation. It was presented to the Budget and Finance by Chief Justice Joanne Jane on July 11th, 2018. At that time, the NNIJISP was receiving $350,000 when the true need that existed was $754,505. I believe that that need is actually a lot more. I think in order for the NNIJISP to be successful, you need a minimum budget of at least $1 million in order to get this project up and running. My understanding is there's issues involved with the database, a capacity, I guess, saving information, like the capacity. I just received my bill from iCloud for 2 terabytes of space in order to share my things on iCloud. So I know that that's needed for the NNIJISP. And I appreciate you bringing this to our attention and letting us know that this is there, and that the purpose of this is to share information, which I think is very, very important. So I just want to state again, Mr. Bowman, that I do have the binder of information that I've been using, and it is an old binder, but the information is still relevant. And I appreciate you bringing that to my attention. As for the Title 9, Section 1661 that Ms. Karen France has alluded to regarding the process for domestic relations, and then the process for I guess the protection orders. I appreciate the citation that was provided that I'll be able to to refer to, but I can say, Ms. Francis, that there's nothing in here that states that when a protection order is granted by your judges, Ms. Francis, by your judges, there is nothing unethical about sharing that information. Nothing. I don't see that in the law. And perhaps it is in the law, and perhaps you can cite to it. But when something criminal happens, it is not a civil action. It is a criminal action, and people need to be aware. And this tribal access program is a part, or it's under, I guess let me go back to the language here. TAP is funded by the Office of Sex Offender Sentencing, Monitoring, Apprehending, Registering, and Tracking, which is called SMART. And the Office of Community Oriented Policing Services, which is called COPS. The Office of Victims of Crimes, OVC, and the Office of Violence Against Women, OVW. So I don't understand how, Ms. Francis, I want and Loya, are you on the line? Loya, are you on the line?
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay.
Loya, I do want you to hear us, which is why I was asking if you're on the line. Chair Pro Tem, Delegate Arvizo, I would like to ask, after we vote on the report, that we put together a directive. The directive being that we, the Law and Order Committee, the Judicial Branch, the Navajo Division of Public Safety, as well as the social services where victim services are being provided. We need to come together to develop a process and to also develop a maybe like a toolkit on what an individual does when they receive a restraining order. And what I'm talking about is the process of domesticating it in other jurisdictions, the process of documenting so that victims know how to document properly those instances where the perpetrator is violating the restraining order, the protection order that's in place. And then the process involved with the court and what an individual needs to know when before they go to court or when they're in the process of proving that a violation has occurred. And I think that this will at least start the conversation, and this needs to be publicly available. And Mr. Bowman, I think that this is where the NNIJISP can also be involved in the conversation, because we need to make it known that if you have a restraining order or protection order in place, that it will protect you. And that if officers are not responding or officers are making you argue your case in order to have your restraining order, your protection order recognized, then our victims need to be made aware of all of that information. Mr. Bowman, I'm sorry, am I boring you? I see that you're on your phone.
No, I was, now you're not boring me, ma'am. I was trying to send an email to Mr. Cheney with DOJ before I'm writing down my question, so.
Thank you, I appreciate that. And then in terms of this hope card, I like the idea, Mr. Bowman. Thank you for presenting that information. I think we do need a hope card. What I worry about though is, will that hope card have to be domesticated in order to be recognized off the Navajo Nation? And that I think is something that we will need to know, because if we're issuing these hope cards to individuals, we need to let them know that this is only on the Navajo Nation, or that hope card will be able to, to be used off the Navajo Nation. So I do want to, Loya, I know that was a lot of information, but if you can start working on the directive language, and I think if Delegate Crotty has any other input regarding the directive, we can go ahead and include that now. But that's something, Delegate Crotty, I know that you did ask, at the very beginning, what the law and order can do to help to enforce these restraining orders and these protection orders that are being issued by the Navajo Nation courts. And so hopefully that will start the process in not only having these discussions, but also moving things forward, because I am so tired of just talking about these issues. I am tired of just going round and round and pointing fingers and saying it's your responsibility or it's not my responsibility to do this. Meanwhile, we have people out there who are suffering. We have people out there who are trying to do what they can in order to protect themselves. And, we just can't do that anymore. And I will say on the record, and I'm glad that Speaker Damon is there. I'm at this point now, and I'm sharing it with all of you because I am scared for my life. And I've never ever thought I would ever have to consider buying a gun. But if it's going to take shooting somebody to protect myself, and if that's the only option that Division of Public Safety is giving me now and the judicial branch, then I am making it known that that message needs to be made to all victims out there. That we can carry a gun and we can shoot a person if we feel our life is in danger. I am scared. I'm more scared to buy a gun and to shoot a person because that's something that I would have to live with for the rest of my life. I want to restore faith in our Division of Public Safety. I want to restore faith in the justice system, that these restraining orders and these protection orders mean something, but I can't do it alone. I need the Division of Public Safety. I need the judicial branch. I need the prosecutor's office. And I'm speaking not only for myself, but I'm speaking for all victims out there because I know that they also feel that frustration as well. So let's stop talking and let's finally do something. Thank you.
Madam Chair, thank you. And I'm going to give Ms. Francis a chance to respond, and then we'll go to Mr. Bowman afterwards. Ms. Francis?
Thank you. Thank you for all your comments, Delegate and Chair Eugenia Charles Newton, as well as Chair Amber Crotty. I will look out for this directive to get together on this issue of protection orders. So I do thank you for all of your comments. Thank you.
Ms. Francis, thank you. Mr. Bowman?
Yeah, Mr. Arvizo, I look forward to Division of Public Safety being involved in a discussion to discuss the matter of protection orders. I believe it would be advantageous, and it's something that's long overdue. I believe we've all had family members in precarious situations, and it's up to us to assist in what way we can. And the government needs to be part of that process. But I also want to make aware of this LOC committee. Some older Navajo Nation Council resolutions. One of them is CJY 3492. That says all the Navajo Nation programs are to share information. I don't know if that's ever been updated or modified in any capacity, but that resolution still exists to my knowledge. And then CAP-30-02, development of an integrated criminal justice system that the Navajo Nation Council mandated back in 2002. With NIJUS, that involves judicial branch, prosecutor, social service, and public defender sharing case management software. And we haven't done the complete 100%. And what I mean by that is the programs that I mentioned all share information on a software called Justware. And the API application programming interface has not been completed between Justware and Cody. i.e., an example is officer does their report, sends it electronically to the prosecutor, prosecutor accepts it, turns into a criminal complaint, then it moves forward. If the report is sent over and the prosecutor denies it or for whatever legal grounds or any type of mistakes, sends it back to the police officer. Officer has so many days to correct and send it back. That has not been complete yet. So that is one area that we probably need to discuss. And the other is we do plan to update the user agreement between the NIJUS partners. When we created NIJUS, we created it under the leadership of Josephine Food, a staff attorney at Judicial Branch, former Chief Justice Herb Yazzie, as well as later on, program manager, I don't know her exact title at the time, Teresa Hopkins. And we've had the other programs assist. And we developed it to where the funds stay with Judicial Branch, and put it in fixed costs. And unfortunately, when those individuals left, some of us took up slack and try to keep the project going. And that's one of the things that we're trying to do now is reorganizing due to, I mean, specifically due to COVID and not meeting. And then we have new administrators in the office now, bringing them up to speed on exactly what NIGIS is all about. So that's something we're going to work on. But I just wanted to point out those two legislations that are still outstanding. Mr. Arvizo and Madam Chair. Yeah.
Mr. Bowman, thank you. Are there any other questions for Ms. Francis and Mr. Bowman at this time?
Pro Tem Chair Arvizo, this is Delegate Crotty.
Delegate Crotty, you have the floor.
Appreciate it. Just briefly, I believe it's a very thorough. There's a violence section.
Delegate Crotty, you're breaking up. We're not able to hear anything that you are saying. Delegate Crotty, we're unable to hear you if you're trying to speak to us. Madam Chair, are you able to hear us?
Yes, Chair Pro Tem, I can hear you fine. I just can't hear Delegate Crotty.
Yes, ma'am. I think she might be in a bad area. Her reception is not clear. I know she was trying to add something else. We'll just give her a moment to get through this bad area and see if she comes back on.
Thank you. Delegate Arvizo, could I say something while we're waiting for Delegate Crotty to get back on the line?
Madam Chair, you have the floor.
Thank you, Delegate Arvizo. Again, for those of you who are listening in, and then those who are, who have called in, we are getting a report right now on the Tribal Access Program for the National Crime Information, and we call this TAP, T-A-P, the Tribal Access Program, and I just want to say that it's for the committee members who are new to the 25th Navajo Nation Council. The TAP information is available on the Department of Justice website. It's through the U.S. Department of Justice. It's called the Tribal Access Program for National Crime Information. And in 2015, this TAP was made available to tribes, to federally recognized tribes. And it was basically developed to share information, and it was supposed to be an effective means to serve and to protect tribal nation citizens. And it's, again, it's a database that's designed to exchange critical data across criminal justice information services, CJIS systems. And then, it's basically, you can input information about protection orders, restraining orders, and other information. Being information about maybe, oh gosh, I know that protection orders and restraining orders are one of the big things Sometimes I know like it also is available for non-criminal things, because I remember I think they use TAP for information on like child placement. So not everybody can see this. It's not open to the public. Some information might be available to the public, but it allows divisions and departments to share information. And that's the critical, the critical part of what is happening on the Navajo Nation is that crimes are committed, but there's no sharing of information. A person could be arrested in Kayenta and they might have an outstanding warrant in Crown Point, but because the information is not being shared, that individual may be let go of without, I guess without that sharing of information that a warrant is wanted for that person. And so there's so much information that that could be shared through the Tribal Access Program, and we do have grant funding available. And at this point, Division of Public Safety has taken on the project to share information, and that's why I'm having a really hard time as to why the judicial branch is choosing not to take part in this TAP program. And that's why I've asked, where in the law does it state that, once the judges, once they sign off on these orders, that they cannot share information with law enforcement, that they cannot share information with a prosecutor's office, they cannot share information with social services. I don't see that in the law. So Delegate Arvizo, I know that Loya is on the line. Loya, can you research that and let me know, where does it say the judicial branch? Once a judge has made a determination on criminal cases, where does it say in the law that they cannot share information? I want to know that. And this is also important because I know that we have Director Anderson with Division of Public Safety on the line. We, during the 24th Navajo Nation Council, the Law and Order Committee heard from people who were trying to access police reports, but they were told that they couldn't. I did have a conversation via email with then Director Jesse Delmar, letting him know that this is public information and that it should be made available to not only the victims, but to also people in the community who, who may feel that they are in danger. And so we did have some back and forth conversations. I'll look for that email, Director Anderson, but Director Delmar did state, and he did send me a provision within the Division of Public Safety Policies and Procedures that also stated that that these police reports could be made available to the public as long as they paid a fee. So we did get that part cleared up, but I just want to make that known, Delegate Irby. So I think Delegate Crotty is back on the line. So I'm going to, at this time, just thank you, Delegate Arvizo, for chairing. I'm going to turn it back to you, Chair.
Madam Chair, thank you. Delegate Crotty, are you back online?
Pro Tem, yes, this is Delegate Crotty. I'm back online.
You have the floor, ma'am.
I appreciate it. I'll be brief. I believe the directive is very comprehensive. In addition, we do have the Diné Action Plan, which was passed in October of 2021, that develops 4 areas of focus, and one of them is violence in our community. I believe they should also be either part of this conversation or identified as task force members. The Sexual Assault Prevention Subcommittee has not been reconvened for the 25th, as we're waiting for the Diné Action Plan work group to come together and be coordinated. For legislative branch, we do have Salatsa Jim, who is being onboarded to coordinate that for legislative branch, and working with Division of Community or of Social Services, Marlinda Littleman, and at Judicial we have Raquel Chi. And so it is a 3-branch effort to address some of these systemic issues, and we could reach out and see what support we could get in terms of how we could support the committee with either policy changes, modifications, if there has to be an initial study to determine the scope of the issue and how this is impacting our Navajo people, and what then how do we move forward. The last thing I want to bring to the attention of the committee is budget and finance. I believe last week we passed our priorities, and my priority for the committee is to re-engage and talk about a public safety fund, and what does that look like, and how we can move that forward to help support and to fund some of these initiatives as we continue to learn about gaps in service. I'd love to have a future conversation with the committee and talk about what that can look like and how, as a Navajo Nation, we could develop that fund. Thank you, Pro Tem.
Thank you, Delegate Crotty. Is there any other questions for Ms. Francis or Mr. Bowman at this time? Do we have a motion already, or we need one? We need a motion. We have it. If not, we're gonna go ahead and accept the report by vote.
Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr., how do you vote? Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton, how do you vote?
Sherelle, I vote green to accept the report. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Eugenia Charles Newton votes green. Honorable Nathan Nota, how do you vote?
Green.
Thank you. Honorable Nathan Nota votes green. Honorable Sharon Yazzie is absent. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Thank you. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. votes green. With that, Honorable Pro Tem Chair Stephen Arvizo, you have 3 in favor, 0 opposed. Pro Tem Chair Stephen Arvizo not voting.
Staff, thank you for that, helping us with the vote. At this time, I will hand it back over to Madam Chair, Delegate Newton. Maybe not.
Oh, I'm sorry, Delegate or Chair Pro Tem, can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you, Chair Pro Tem, Delegate Arvizo. Thank you for assisting me and chairing the Law and Order Committee as I ask questions to Division of Public Safety and the Judicial Branch regarding the Tribal Access Program and where we are at in the process. I would like to ask, before I call the next report, Ms. Hanagathni Henderson, can you tell me, is the language for the directive ready to be voted on?
I will need about 3 more minutes and I will send that out to you to review. And you can update any changes with me. So I would say in the next 10 minutes that will be available to be voted on. But I do want to get your specific review on it so that if I do need to make changes, we can make those.
Thank you, Ms. Henderson. Thank you for that. Committee members, are we in opposition for taking a 10-minute break to allow Loya to complete the language for the directive so that we can call upon the directive and vote on it before we move forward to the next report? Do I hear any oppositions at this time from any of the Law and Order Committee members? Okay, not hearing anything. We'll go ahead and take a 10-minute break. It's 12:01. We'll proceed back at 12:11. Thank you, everyone. Lorraine, Sherelle, it is now 12:11. I know we took a 10-minute break to allow Loya to put together the language regarding the directive. I'm looking to see if we have Delegate Crotty, who I know was on the line earlier, but I just want to make sure that she's also okay with the directive as well. And committee members, again, this is a directive regarding this TAP report that we've been hearing about, as well as the brief mention of the Navajo Nation Integrated Justice Information Sharing Project, which is referred to as NNIJ-ISP. So we'll go ahead and call this meeting back to order. Can we get a roll call, please?
Good afternoon, Chair. Roll call. Honorable Stephen Arvizo.
Administration currently. Here, I'm here.
Honorable Stephen Arvizo is present. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr.
And one reason why, because he worked together real close.
Present.
Thank you. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. is present. Honorable Madam Chair, Eugenia Charles Newton.
Delegate Charles Newton is present.
Thank you. Honorable Madam Chair, Eugenia Charles Newton is present. Honorable Nathan Nota.
Company's gonna bring all the folks in. I'll let you know. Yeah, you should include.
Honorable Nathan Nota. Honorable Sherilyn Yazzie.
Nathan Nota is president.
Thank you. Honorable Nathan Nota is present. With that, Honorable Madam Chair, Charles Newton, you have 4 members present, which constitutes a quorum, Madam Chair.
Navajo Nation Department, our department, natural resources.
Thank you. Speaker Damon, Delegate Arvizo, just so you know that the mic is picking up on your conversation.
We should be forward with it. It's a possibility. Yeah, okay. Because that having credit when we're working on it, that we got speed last year.
Speaker Damon. Speaker Davis.
Yes. Yes.
Delegate Arvizo, just so you know, the mic is picking up on your conversation.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know if you guys wanted to have a full-on conversation, but I just want to let you know that we can hear your conversation.
Okay. Sorry, Madam Chair.
You're fine. You're fine. Loya, I did receive a copy of the directive, committee members. The directive was sent out today at 12:13 p.m. Loya, I'm going to have Lorraine read the directive into the record, and then I'll go ahead and call. I did motion for this directive, but before I have Lorraine read the directive into the record, I do need a second for this directive.
Second, Delegate Daniel.
Second by Delegate Herman Daniels. So with that, the only correction that I want to make, Loya, just really quickly, is you do have Judicial Branch Division of Public Safety, Department of Justice, and maybe just say, and, others to meet, because others were identified, the DINA Action Plan members, as well as I know that Delegate Crotty said SAP, the Sexual Assault Prevention Subcommittee hasn't been established for the 25th Navajo Nation Council, but we do have Jim Martin, as well as Marlinda Littleman and Raquel Chi, who are putting the 3-branch effort in assisting with some of the issues from SAP, and then also the DINA Action Plan. So maybe if we do and others, we can invite others to the conversation to take part in this this work session. That's the only suggestion that I have at this time, Loya, but we do have a motion and a second. Motion was made by myself prior to me taking the chair back. Second was now established by Delegate Herman Daniels. So with that, committee members, again, the directive has been sent. Are there any questions or comments to the directive? Okay, not hearing anything. Let's go ahead and go. Lorraine, can we have the directive read into the record, please?
Yes, Madam Chair and members of the Law and Order Committee, directives, Chair Eugenia Charles Newton. A, the Law and Order Committee hereby directs the judicial branch, the Division of Public Safety and Department of Justice to meet with 30 days to discuss and develop resources for the next people regarding the process of obtaining an order of protection, types of orders of protection available, information needed to obtain an order of protection, enforcing an order of protection, and any other information needed to provide easier access and information to victims. B, that the division shall report back to the Law and Order Committee no later than 120 days with a report on their development and provide the resources developed from their discussion. Madam Chair.
Thank you for that, Lorraine. Again, a motion was established by myself prior to taking back the chair from Chair Pro Tem Delegate Stephen Arvizo. A second was established by Delegate Herman Daniels. Again, committee members, the directive has been read into the record. Are there any questions or any comments or any amendments to the directive at this time? Okay, not hearing anything. Sherelle, can we go to a roll call vote for the directive, please?
Honorable Stephen Arvizo, how do you vote?
Yes.
Thank you. Honorable Stephen Arvizo votes green. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Thank you. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. votes green. Honorable Nathan Nota, how do you vote? Honorable Nathan Nota, how do you vote? Honorable Sherilyn Yazoo is absent. With that, Honorable Madam Chair Eugenia Charleston, you have 2 in favor, 0 opposed, and Madam Chair Charleston not voting. Madam Chair.
Nathan Nota, green.
Thank you. With the Honorable Nathan Nota votes green, so you have 3 in favor, 0 opposed, and Madam Chair Charleston not voting. Madam Chair.
Thank you for that, Sherelle. 3 in favor, 0 opposed, 2 not voting, 1 being the chair. The directive does pass. So let's make sure we get that directive to the Division of Public Safety, also to the Department of Justice, and then also to the judicial branch.
Madam Chair, if I may.
Yes, is that Loya?
It is Loya.
Okay, go ahead, Loya.
Thank you. I did update the language for the directive and sent it out. And just to make sure that it is on the record, it was updated to include, and I'll just read that language. It says, after the Department of Justice and work groups, task force, and others working on such issues described within, to capture what you have, the language that you wanted in the directive. So I just wanted to state that on the record so that that copy was going to be sent out.
Thank you for that, Loya. Because the directive was made after, I guess after a motion was called a second, and then I think we took the vote, we'll go ahead and keep it with the same directive so as not to confuse things, but we'll invite other members, and I'll work with Delegate Crotty to make sure everybody's at the table when they have this discussion on this whole process, and then ensuring that they meet the demands of the directive. Also, just be mindful, Division of Public Safety, Judicial Branch, and also Department of Justice. If it is a matter of manpower, then we are coming into budget. So into budget session. So this may be the time to request additional funds that the Law and Order could take into consideration and present before the Budget and Finance Committee. Again, we are coming into budget session, so now would be a good time to look at that, as well as the Navajo Nation Integrated Justice Information Sharing Project. The members could also at this time request additional funds that the Law and Order Committee would take into consideration and make recommendations to the Budget and Finance Committee to for consideration, and also to council as well. So thank you, Loya, for your assistance We're going to go ahead and move on to the next item on the agenda, which is B, report from Dr. Rosanna Jumbo Fitch, LEEDGA, President Chinle Chapter Government regarding Chinle Chapter complaint on emergency flooding response efforts. Committee members, as we did in the last report, what I'll do is I will give 20 minutes to Dr. Jumbo Fitch to present her information regarding the emergency flooding response efforts. Upon completion of her report, I will ask for a motion and a second for the report, and then we'll proceed to questions to the presenter. Dr. Jumbo Fitch, you are on the line. This is your first time presenting to the Law and Order Committee that I'm aware of. So I just want to make it known that you have 20 minutes on the clock to present your information. You can call as many agents as you want to help assist you with the presentation, but you also can call upon your agents to help answer questions that may be posed to you by the Law and Order Committee members. During this time, if you have any handouts, or if you'd like to, if you need to share the screen to show us a presentation, you can work with Lorraine or Sherelle to share the screen so that we have that presentation information. Also, again, if you have any of those materials, you can email them to Lorraine and she'll be able to send that out to the committee members. At this time, everyone who is listening in on the line, I want to remind everyone to make sure your phone is on mute. Any interruption of the presentation or this meeting is interruption of the work that is being completed for the Navajo people here on the Navajo Nation. So with that, Ms. Jumbo Fitch, do you have any questions regarding the procedure?
Not at this time, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lorraine, if you can put 20 minutes on the clock, I'm going to go ahead and turn the floor over to Dr. Rosanna Jumbo Fitch to present her information. The floor is yours.
Thank you again, Madam Chair, and thank you again, Law and Order Committee members, for being able to provide Chinle Chapter the time today to provide a report on our update on our emergency flooding response that has occurred. I did send all documentation over, so I will review the documentation as well. The Chinle Chapter has been experiencing hazards from our April 21st, 2023 flooding events that occurred and from the Chinle Chapter area to the Chinle Wash. We have a known location of this flooding event, which we know as Jurassic Park. We have over 79 homes that have experienced a flooding loss or flooding event, whether it's their personal property or whether it's with their personal community members there. We've had a report completed in regards to our stated complaint. This is our week 8 of our flooding events. To date, Chinle Chapter is still working to mitigate all the flooding response and hazards that are currently occurring and in place. The Chinle Chapter has been working in conjunction with the Department of Emergency Management during the first couple weeks of the flooding. So as stated in our letter, we did have majority of entities that were on site assisting with the immediate emergency response, where it was conducting flooding preparedness, whether it was evacuating community members or whether it was ensuring that all property has been attended to. We had multiple entities on site to help assist with heavy equipment to construct berms. We had our on-site manpower sandbagging operations to help prevent flooding from entering the property. We had major entities on site to help with utility repairs. We also had additional volunteers on site, such as American Red Cross, that set up a shelter at the Chinle Chapter. We also had the Army Corps of Engineers to help us to mitigate the flooding events that were occurring and provide technical assistance and materials. We also had additional members such as the Chinle Hospital, CXR, and Pharmacy to help conduct welfare checks and also make deliveries to our local community members. We had NHA on site helping us with manpower and also providing temporary living conditions for those families that were displaced from the flood. We had the Chinle Unified School District assisting the Chinle Chapter in regards to our student safety, counseling, and providing them any kind of support materials needed. And we also had emergency response team from police, fire, emergency on site to help with transportation, also ensuring that our entities are going in and out of the site safely. But overall, there was a lot of additional concerns that grew from this flooding event that is still existing to date. Chinle chapter, on the first 2 weeks, we had 14 days of Department of Emergency Management on site. And through the provided report, there were still a lot of additional concerns that have been outstanding. Although we did have a special emergency declaration issued to the Chinle chapter on April 23rd, an additional April 25th. On April 23rd, the Chinle chapter held a special chapter meeting to provide the support for emergency declaration, as well as a support letter for emergency funding. But overall, the Chinle chapter community had to conduct special meetings throughout the month of April. We had to cease tourism and just to provide safety to those community members that were unaware of the flooding events. There were a lot of task force involved in the following weeks, which were main duties were to divert the water from the main properties being affected, as well as ensuring that we're monitoring all residents, as majority of them did not evacuate their homes during this flooding event. But overall, into the week of May, we had majority of our team stand down during the second week. The Department of Emergency Management Incident Command Center, as well as the Emergency Operations Command Center, did shut down on May 5th. So as of May 6th on to date, the Chinle chapter has been leading any additional operations on site. Chinle chapter did not receive any additional assistance as far as POs for fuel or any additional materials or equipment after May 11th. So for 1 month now, we've had to stand down our operations due to limited funding from our Chinle chapter budgets. But we did have a team Rubicon that was able to assist our community members for 1 month, and their team was tasked with mucking out and clearing out the homes. We had a few homes that were inundated with mud and debris from the floodwaters. They were also conducting additional assessments to help identify the risks that were still outstanding. The Chinle chapter, since this emergency flooding has occurred, has conducted multiple reports and submitted multiple documentations over to the Department of Emergency Management. Throughout the flooding events, the Chinle chapter was not able to obtain any additional materials or equipment that has been requested from the Department of Emergency Management. We had issues with obtaining life jackets, rubber boots, throw ropes, lights, shovels, heavy equipment, trucks, fuels, heaters, fans, dumpsters, and other supplies for our residents and employees. So I did indicate on the complaint letter that was emailed that our employees had the majority of the tasks at hand as obtaining materials. We had issues with keeping our members safe. At that time of the event, there was a lot of cold weather. There was a lot of high water. There was uninhabitable conditions for our employees. And at the same time, our employees were trying to serve and save those community members that have been impacted by the flooding events. So we did note that as a concern from our Chinle chapter. And to date, we have received limited paperwork from the Department of Emergency Management. Even though we were declared emergency on April 25th, the Chinle chapter did not receive much documentation in regards to this emergency response. There wasn't any information received until April 28th, which is 7 days after the events have started. And with that, we were only able to obtain 4 IAPs, which is an incident action report. And we did not obtain any additional sign-in sheets or other additional information of how to go about this emergency response plan. There was not much clear communication between who was the person in charge, whether it was an incident command or the emergency operations center. There was just a lot of confusion in regards to what the process is to be in regards to attending to this emergency situation. There was no explanation on how the process was to be documented. We did submit 213 forms, which was given to us from the Department of Emergency Management. The chapter did compile a bunch of these 213 forms, which to my understanding is to request additional assistance from the Department of Emergency Management, whether it was for materials, labor, or additional supplies that may have been needed. And with that, those documents were submitted to the people on site. And since that date and time, the chapter has not received any responses in regards to those requests. So those are some of our concerns, and in reviewing the Department of Emergency Management's plan of operations, which Law and Order Committee is the oversight of. They were to provide emergency management education and training, provide direction and division to other departments or programs that were assisting with this emergency, activate the operations center or command posts, and also to carry this out effective and efficiently. Other tasks they're given is to supervise and control a management service and develop an emergency preparedness and response plan. So the issues that we have in regards to this response is there was no documentation of what was occurring throughout this entire process. It caused a lot of disorganization and lack of responsibility of who is to complete what in what manner and what timelines. So majority of our parties did leave the site on April 29th, and there was a lot of hard stops, which employees were asked to leave and complete operations by 5 p.m. Our Chinle chapter stayed on site past those hours in order to continue to fight the flooding events, and we just did not have the overall support. And when we read the mission statement of Department of Emergency Management, it is to lead the efforts, protect from all hazards and threats, coordinating and preparedness, protection, response, recovery to provide effective and efficient emergency management systems. As far as the operations did go, the Chinle chapter was left as the person in charge, but not properly trained in how to respond to these types of flooding events, not properly trained in how to coordinate the events, not properly trained in how to document and fully detail the events that are needed to submit for final reports to FEMA. We also requested multiple times for additional documentation, such as support letters from Department of Emergency Management. As the committee is not aware, the Army Corps of Engineers has been on site as well previously, assisting the Chinle chapter in mitigating the flooding events and helping to determine a scope of work to help provide additional permanent berm solutions. And to date, we have not received that support letter from Department of Emergency Management. We've also wanted to include that all services that have been received to date have been very lacking. And when we look through the authority and responsibility lists, there are a lot of responsibilities that the Department of Emergency Management is to carry out, which his main goal is to mitigate and prepare and respond to these flooding events that have occurred in Chinle. So that is why the Chinle chapter did prepare and submit this letter to indicate the following events that did occur throughout the past 8 weeks, and also what items are still outstanding. We still have a lot of concerns for our Navajo families and community members, which have not been tended to or responded to in regards to mold testing, air testing, water testing, and also debris removal. We have a lot of members that are still residing in their homes. Majority of our community members that have been affected include 216 adults and as well as 33 children. We have a higher population of elderly that reside in these home sites where they cannot leave their homes, and they're still residing in these kind of unsafe, livable hazards. And we want to be able to assist them as much as we can and provide a plan in this recovery response. We also have debris such as appliances, furniture, other bulky items that still need to be cleaned from their homesteads in order for them to help clean the project flooding sites. We also have additional outstanding invoices which have not been acknowledged in regards to the flooding events, whether it was billing for porta johns. We still haven't been able to get fuel for our heavy equipment to repair the existing berm, which has 5 known breaches. We also have not been able to pay our vendors that have emergency response in regards to deflect the flooding waters from entering into the berm areas. We also have 2.5 miles of existing berm that needs to be repaired during the flooding events. The water did undermine the flood. The flood waters did undermine the existing berm, so we have to repair the entire 2.5 mile berm. We also still have homes that have not been fully cleaned as far as the sediment, the water level markings on the walls are still in place. We still have a lot of tree hazards in this area. We have a lot of tall cottonwood trees which have been undermined by the floodwaters and provide a hazard on our roadways as well along the homes. And we also have road repairs that have been in progress, but have not been fully restored. We have a lot of private roads, which the chapter is trying to work on to help mitigate the silty sand that has been impeding onto the roadways. But with that, we require fuel to help run the equipment, as well as maintaining our equipment. During the flood events, we had our heavy equipment overworking to help provide boulders, sediment, and material to delineate the berm, or to repair the berms and divert the water into the eastern bank. And with that, our heavy equipment has been damaged. So we did submit invoices that are currently still pending for those repairs. We also requested additional materials for our residents, such as portable fans to help dry out their homes. We have an unidentified cemetery plot that has moved during the flood. So we're trying to restore those habitats so that way we can help provide that respect to our family members. And we also have to restore and refertilize the existing ground. We did disturb a lot of existing natural spaces in order to get additional materials to help provide a berm. We also had to cut a lot of fencing along the path of the water in order to enter the properties to properly serve the people. So we have a lot of fencing that needs to be repaired. We also had a lot of major sinkholes along the flood zone, which did divert from Chinle Wash to Noslini Wash. And we want to be able to fill those hazards because we still have major sinkholes that we want to ensure that the people do not fall into, drive into, or livestock get into. We also have major washed out areas along in 8095 along the Noslini Wash, where the wash continued into the bigger basin, and we need to backfill that area so that way we can prevent the water from impeding back into the properties. We also have provided recommendations to be preemptive, since we do not have our existing berm repaired, to create some type of detention pond so that way our floodwaters can enter into a safe area that does not impede into our residents' homes. And our major task at hand is during the floodwaters. It did impede onto 13 septic leach lines and plumbing and for our residents. And we're identifying those as our priority, as we do have homes that are not able to use their water and their septic is backing up. So at this time, we only have 6 porta-johns located for the 13 residents that are without septic. So we are still requesting those additional assessments to be completed, as well as repairs to be done. Our residents are also suffered a lot of personal property damage, whether it's loss of appliances, loss of furniture, loss of clothing, overall, just restoring their homes that they're currently inhabiting. And those are some items that our Chinle chapter has submitted in response to this flooding event. And overall, we have not seen the response efforts from the Department of Emergency Management. We have been emailing, texting, and notifying all those commanders that have been in charge since they have left site. So we've been constantly keeping up with tracking the items that are still outstanding since May 5th. And to date, we have not really gotten a full response of what actions may be taken. Only additional information we did receive from the Department of Emergency Management, as I mentioned, is the 4 IAPs. We've also received only 1 support letter from the National Weather Service. But again, we are still waiting to get these items identified in writing. As Chinle chapter is fully aware that we should not be responsible for obtaining the burden of having to repair all these items due to emergency flooding. We do not have the resources, we do not have the funding, we do not have the support. We have been advocating on behalf of our people in order to obtain any additional items that are on our list to get done. We would like to help ensure that the Department of Emergency understands their responsibilities that have been outlined. We did go onto their FEMA website, and all their documentation that they were referring about for EOC skill sets and task categories are not 100%. So even when we look into this recovery coordination, no action plan has been given to the chapter and no guidance has been given from the Department of Emergency Management. And we want to be able to have develop this resiliency within our Navajo Nation community here at Chinle. We want to be able to ensure that the disaster declaration that has been in place is going to be uphold and recognize, and serving our people is our number one priority. And at this time, we still have a lot of items that are still outstanding, whether it's manpower, whether it's heavy equipment, whether it's providing additional services for our septic, our plumbing, and overall just providing that support so we can provide a more permanent berm. The Chinle chapter did receive funding, but we have to work with the Department of Emergency Management in order to carry out these tasks. And right now, our main task is to ensure that with this complaint is to provide some type of feedback in writing for our people, that there is going to be some responsibilities put in place to where we can restore our community, whether it's the homes, whether it's the berm, or overall addressing all 213 forms that have been submitted to the Department of Emergency Management. But with the Law and Order Committee's oversight, I'm hoping that we can make some type of change to where we do serve our people. These are very concerning items that we have been submitting in regards to what's still outstanding here at Chinle chapter. We want to be able to ensure that we are going to get the attentiveness that the people need. We want to ensure that the people are going to be served. At this time, they are living in the conditions that are uninhabitable, but that is their only homes. The members that were displaced in the NHA housing only had a 30-day limit, so those times have expired. Those members that were displaced in the hotels or motels in the local vicinity, they only had 1 week of stay during the April 21st flooding event, so those have also expired. So at this time, we are begging and pleading to hopefully we can uphold some of these items that are still outstanding within our complaint letter to help better serve our people. I also do have our Chinle chapter staff here on the call who are able to help assist and answer questions or provide any clarity as well. We do have many people that have been coming to assist the chapter with donations, whether it's for our children, whether it's for our elderly, but we are still accepting donations to help overall provide some type of relief, whether it's providing them a couch, a mattress, providing them a meal. So these are some items that are still very important to us here at Chinle chapter. And we hope that we take all these documentation that we have submitted into serious requests, because we are within week 8 right now, and we want to make sure that we are addressing these concerns to help better serve our people. And with that, Madam Chair, I conclude my report and return the floor back to you. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Dr. Jumbo Fitch. So with that, committee members, the report has been provided to us here this morning. Can I ask for a motion and a second for the report?
Motion, Delegate Daniels.
Motion made by Delegate Herman Daniels. Can I get a second?
Well, second by Delegate Arvizo.
Delegate Stephen Arvizo makes the second. Committee members, are there any questions or any comments regarding the report that has been provided to us this morning? I'd like to ask, do we have EMT or Division of Public Safety? I know is on the line, but do we have Department of Emergency Management on the line? Lorraine, was the Department of Emergency Management contacted and asked to be on the line to hear the report?
Yes, Madam Chair.
I'd like to ask again, do we have anybody from the Department of Emergency Management on the line? Okay, not hearing anything. I'm going to turn the floor back over to the committee members to ask, are there any questions or any comments to the report that has been provided to us by the Chinle chapter regarding the flood that occurred on April 21st, 2023?
Madam Chair, this is Delegate Daniels.
Delegate Daniels, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Shama Sokodo, Chinle chapter Madam President, thank you for the report and also thank you for the update to Law and Order Committee today, this afternoon. I was hoping that we get a report regarding the flooding that happened at Chinle from Navajo Nation Public Safety. In Michigan. So I don't know, Mr. Division Director Anderson is on the line. I don't know what happened at Chinle, the flooding. So I get from the constituents, from family members that reside along the Chinle Wash. Being on the Law and Order Committee with all the oversight is Ecuador Division of Public Safety out of EMS in Mexico. I was hoping that we get a report, an update how Navajo Nation Public Safety assists the Chinle flooding, helping families. Also with that EMS I don't know as the council being on the 25th Navajo Nation Council, we really need to come up with something to help the families that are in need right now. A mobile home, it shifts, but with this flooding, water going underneath the trailers, the mobile homes, I don't know, so from the Law and Order Committee recommend that it needs to navigate committee to really discuss this during the navigate committee and come up with something. I know that based on your case there, if you're a delegate to LECO, you represent the whole Navajo Nation. I represent 4 chapters, but when I'm in Winderong, I represent the whole Navajo Nation. I don't know, Law and Order Committee. We really need to have something from Law and Order Committee, a recommendation or a directive or something. Madam Chair, thank you very much.
Yeah, Delegate Daniels, that was the reason why I was asking if the Division of Emergency Management was on the line so that we can get a report from them on what has been, what they have been pushing. So just know that I also, committee members, if you go to the Navajo Nation WIND, WIND, the WIND site, there is information on the chapter. They are currently at within their emergency funds. They're at a minus $52,920.56. So again, it's in their emergency fund for Fund 17. They're per their fund balance reported on WIND. They are minus $52,920.56. As was reported by the Chinle president, Dr. Jumbo Fitch. They have been putting in the documents to request for funding or for reimbursement back to the chapter, and that has gone. It sounds like it's gone nowhere, and that's why I was hoping to get the Department of Emergency Management on the line so that we can get the full story and understanding of what is happening. As was stated, committee members, we are the oversight of the Department of Emergency Management. I was hoping that Speaker Curley was going to call this report, because I think there were multiple requests made by the Chinle chapter to have this report provided at council. But I don't believe that that request has been honored or the email has been responded to, which is why I did call it here at the Law and Order Committee when the Chinle president, Dr. Jumbo Fitch, reached out to say that they want to provide a report to us. So I just want to make that known and put it on the record that at this time, the Department of Emergency Management is not on the line. And per the WIN system, they are currently at a minus $52,920.56. So I'd like to ask the committee once again, are there any other questions or comments at this time for the presenter?
Madam Chair, this is Michael Anderson, Executive Division Director for Public Safety. I'm available here. I hope that maybe I can shed some light on some of the questions that may be being posed.
Director Anderson, this is one question. What is the Department of Emergency Management doing right now to help assist the Chinle chapter?
Good afternoon, Chair, committee members, Law and Order, and delegates that are present here at the meeting site as well as online, and those officials that are called in or listening in. The the Department of Emergency Management has been and still remains available to assist the Chinle chapter from its initial response on that Friday of the 28th, if I remember correctly, is a day. In fact, myself and Chief of Staff Patrick Sandoval, Division Director Garrett Silversmith, Division Director Rhonda Tooney were all of the initial, and Thomas Cody as well, were all of the original response team, if you will, on the day that we were notified. My understanding is that initially that this was an ongoing event that had been being dealt with the community of Chinle. To some degree, there was some dissension within the community about the berm. In fact, my understanding was that the community itself had voted against repairing the berm. And unfortunately, within days, the berm was compromised by floodwaters from the Saley, wheat fields, mountains, snow melt off. So ultimately, upon our initial response, we were able to assess some of the concerns of the berm being compromised. There was a team that was there, I think, from the local chapter officials. There might have been a volunteer group that was working on the berm itself. And our initial response on that day was to try to assist. We ultimately had to call in more resources that extended to into UA, into U, BIA, Apache County. The response was significant for the course of the first initial 2 weeks. We spent approximately about 100, this was end of May. The report that I read was about $175,000 in responding to the Chinle event. We have tried to assist the chapter in their mitigation of this event. We've had a meeting with them just as recent as Friday. I've gone up there on 4 different occasions and met with a chapter official once, and on 2 occasions I was told they were not available. They may have been busy with the event itself, but I've met with one chapter official and his response is everything is okay. He was initially a little upset. We were able to talk more in a civil manner, and I asked him to discuss his concerns directly with the DEM staff. Harlan Cleveland is the delegated manager. Initially, at the beginning of the year, when I came in the office, there was only 2 people in the Department of Emergency Management. Ultimately, we started out with the snow event in the Sawmill area, ultimately extending it to Navajo Mountain and the Black Mesa regions. And so we ultimately, I assigned Harlan Cleveland as the department manager. I also had assigned Lavina Neswilly as the deputy manager to assist in primarily initially the snowfall event, and then subsequently the mud event after the snow, and then the Chinle event. So, you know, the Chinle event itself, like say, we've been responding as best as possible to the questions, and and again, on Friday in our meeting here in Winderock, we met with the chapter manager and another chapter individual. I don't recall his title. The chapter president was initially scheduled to appear, but may have had an emergency of sorts and opted out of attending. But we went over the list of their concerns. I thought we had a good understanding of where we stood on some of these instances. There's some issues that have been just mentioned in the report that was given that we had went over on Friday and discussed at length about where we're at. The Navajo Nation Department of Emergency Management has responded, remains available to assist. There's been some need to clarify how paperwork needs to be conducted and processed. There's not been a complete participation in providing information or by following the procedures that are in place that are requirements of the Department of Emergency Management. So that's kind of my initial response to the question at hand, Chair.
Thank you for that report, Director Anderson. Committee members, I'm going to go ahead and turn the floor over at this time to you. Are there any questions or any comments regarding the report, and then also the follow-up report provided by Director Anderson? Okay, not hearing anything. Is there anything else the presenter wants the committee to be aware of?
Thank you again, Madam Chair, for the time. I believe overall, the Chinle chapter would like our 213 forms to be addressed in writing. I understand that we did have a meeting on Friday. I did get a report from our chapter manager as well as our staff in regards to the comments that were still outstanding in regards to the 53 213s that we have documented. Those were some of the major concerns. Those items still have not been fully addressed. The chapter does get a response or a text every other email or call, probably at least once a week, of the fuel still pending, or the PO is still in progress, or the dumpsters contracts needs to be signed, or what other questions do you have? So the information that the Chinle chapter did submit to the Law and Order Committee, all those emails that show information that has been requested, as well as the items that are still currently outstanding or have not been addressed, those are what our major concerns are from the Chinle chapter. And as the Chinle chapter president, I do not do a lot of verbal agreements in regards to this type of emergency response. We like to provide our people at the Chinle chapter community that, yes, the Department of Emergency Management is going to repair or replace or re-assist with this continuing emergency. I have mentioned multiple times that the flooding events are still at a very high risk. We did the documentation in regards to the existing weather patterns, and this is one of the years where the Chinle chapter may or receive additional high precipitation during the monsoon seasons. That was concurred through the National Weather Service. So all these supporting documentation have been submitted to the Department of Emergency Management to indicate that this is a very high concern for the Chinle chapter community. And at this time, the community members continue to ask the Chinle chapter, who is going to fix my septic? Who is going to fix my home? Who is going to help clear all this trash from my yard? Some homes have 2 feet of sediment still around their properties, and they're asking who is going to help. And with that, I continually to submit the documentation. And as you did mention, Madam Chair, we've reached out to OPVP, we've reached out to the council, we've reached out to Department of Emergency Management, we've reached out to the directors, we've reached out to the state, we've reached out to the senator's office. And right now, at this time, everybody's redirecting us back to our Navajo Nation leadership. And even though we've requested multiple times for the Department of Emergency Management to come to the Chinle chapter, reassess the concerns that are still outstanding, they come out on random times of the day or the week whenever they have time, supposedly, but it is not a coordinated meeting. So there's no coordination, and our staff continues to do their daily duties, and I'm not 100% available at the chapter unless we have a scheduled timeline of what we're going to be conducting that day. So it's kind of a hit and miss, but all I request is it has to be in writing. If we're going to make an agreement or something's in progress, I've made plenty of spreadsheets in regards to what our concerns still are outstanding. And we would like that in writing. And to date, our main request is a support letter. As mentioned, we have the Army Corps still assisting our chapter to provide the repairs to our berm. Even they are contracting to where we can repair our berms, because right now we have no support. And with that, it takes time. And they even mentioned in their email that I forwarded it to Mr. Harlan Cleland that they have not received a response from the Navajo Nation. So with that, it's going to take additional time for them to come out and assist the chapter with materials and heavy equipment. They said the Navajo Nation has not responded and we can no longer wait. So now with that, it pushes our timeline and the risk of flooding out into the further monsoon season. And as far as the community support, the community does support this project. We did have a signed resolution that supports the earth and berm project. We did have the Navajo Nation president sign off on that piece of legislation during this emergency event. So the community has been in full support to provide this protection barrier between the 216 residents that reside along the Chinle Wash. We also still have requested for Department of Emergency Management to provide us additional documentation on what procedures do need to be followed. All I have is the plan of operations that I sent the Law and Order Committee, which does not fully describe their duties at hand. But when you go onto the FEMA website, they do have a lot of responsibilities between the department heads, whether they're a liaison, whether they're planning, logistics, coordination. There are a lot of items that fall under this department, and I want to make sure that they're assisting our community in those manners, because right now I'm the only person that seems to be writing information down for the Chinle chapter emergency flooding events. And with that, I respectfully request that the Chinle chapter does get a response in writing. We do not go by verbal agreements here, and that's the biggest issue I have right now, because when we have an agreement made verbally, whether we're getting fuel, I was promised fuel back in May 11th, and we're still waiting, and it's June 12th. And right now we're 1 month way past to helping our people, providing that flood barrier between Chinle Wash and their homes. The wash has risen again with this the flood that happened April 21st. The flood brought in 2 more feet of sediment to where it floods easily right into their front doors. Sediment was up to the doors of the trailers, the mobile homes. So now water can enter the mobile homes with no issues. And with the velocity of water that did come through at this particular event was fast enough to drag our community members. And we had ladies and elderly ladies and men that were stuck in the mud that were flowing in the water because it was too fast. So these are the conditions that we're leaving our people in. And I understand funding is a big priority, but so far the 213 forms that the Chinle chapter requested have not been fully honored, coordinated, responded to. And with those forms, there's information, whether what your request is. I sign as chapter president, and it goes directly to the Department of Emergency Management of whoever's the commander in charge, and they provide a response, yes, no, or something. To date, we have not received one of those forms back in writing to the Chinle chapter. So with that, even though we have meetings, even though there's a text sent, it does not provide clarification of yes, no, that the assistance is going to be coming to the Chinle chapter community. And the only items that I see within the Department of Emergency Management is their responsibility, again, to provide this direction, to provide the materials and equipment to help our people, to help provide that barrier of safety between whatever the natural disaster may be at hand. And that is their goal, is to provide that skill set for our people. And to this date, I find that it's not being upheld. So that's why I still bring my concern forward to you council members to help assist our chapter with this matter. So thank you.
Thank you for that, Ms. Jumbo Fitch. Just really quickly, can you, I want to say first to the Chinle community, I'm so sorry that you all are having to endure this process, this long, lengthy process that the Navajo Nation is currently, I guess, it is our process. You know, the bottom line is it is a process that was developed by council, and it's implemented by the executive branch through their policies and procedures. I know that we oftentimes at council, we hear our people saying that the red tape, you know, is preventing movement from happening. And I agree wholeheartedly with that statement. Those statements that are made by the Navajo people, and then also statements made by, you know, my colleagues, you know, even council has been asking, what can we do, you know, to try to address some of these barriers. It would have been good if we had Budget and Finance Chair Shandine Parrish to be on the line. I know that we didn't invite her, so that was kind of on our part in terms of the 213 forms that have to be approved. I know that somehow makes its way to the Office of the Controller, who then issues out these fundings. So I just want to say on behalf of the Law and Order Committee, on behalf of myself, we agree that the Chinle community does need some assistance, and we are here hearing your concerns right now regarding the Department of Emergency Management and maybe some of the shortfalls that the Chinle community is currently hearing right now in addressing these matters. Just really quickly, Ms. Fitch Jumbo, I noticed that on your, again, referring back to the wind system, you said that there were some homes that needed to be addressed. Your housing discretionary right now, Chinle does have $15,017.21 within their housing discretionary funds. I'm wondering if that, I looked at the BIM booklet to find out, you know, the housing discretionary and what it could be used for. And all it says is that you just need that the chapter needs to approve a housing discretionary fund policy and procedure, and that they have to adopt this policy, and that the chapters shall consult with DOJ when developing their own policy. So it sounds like it's a policy that your chapter has implemented, and your chapter is LGA certified, is my understanding. So you guys have a little bit more, I guess, opportunity when it comes to spending some of your funds that are available within your chapter, your budget. So with the housing discretionary funds, can that be used to help assist homes? And then you guys also have your general activity fund. You guys have $30,411.54 within your general activity fund. With the general activity funds, I know that the chapters are allowed to use that funding. Really, they can use it on almost anything. All you guys need is that fund management plan to be put in place. And it's just expenditures for government purposes. So I'm wondering if that's something that you guys could also look to help assist your community, because as a chapter, you guys do have money. So just a suggestion. And then in terms of the septic tank, I brought this up via email. You can use your ARPA money. You can redirect ARPA money to help families with their septic tanks. And that was approved. I know that Delegate Key Allen Begay got that approved several months ago before he left the 24th Navajo Nation Council. But that is another option in terms of funding that the chapter can assist the community with. So I just want to make that known and put on the record that per the WIN system, this is what you guys currently have. And then in terms of the septic tanks, ARPA money is available, and your chapter received over $8 million. You received the full funding. So you can redirect that, change your ARPA expenditure plan, your FRF plan, to include those families that do need septic tanks. So I just wanted to make that known. Committee members, are there any other questions or comments at this time for the presenters?
Madam Chair, this is Daniel. Okay, Daniel.
Daniels, go ahead. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Chinle chapter, Madam President, U13 forms there's no response. Maybe after the vote, directive to emergency management to respond to Chinle chapter. Maybe I'll make that motion if a language can be so I agree with Madam President, Madam Chair, excuse me. That the 8.8 million you Chinle one chapter delegate Honorable Claude represent his other areas, other regions, 4 or 5 chapters. Some chapters, but Chinle they got the whole 8.8 million for chapter and regional projects. So that can be looked to. Maybe redirect some of the funding. The ARPA funding. 8.8 million. I don't know. The Office of Environmental Health. I don't know if they're involved with this because septic tank. So I appreciate that 13 families that looking at what's been given to us today. 13 families. The leach field. Very I don't know where families that go for restrooms. I don't they're purported gender. So there's 13 septic leach lines identified as repairs and replacement. Yeah, this needs to be addressed at data because it's bad hygiene. It's not data even safety gives a bit of so it is about $3 corona data, Madam Chair. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Delegate Daniels. So with that, committee members, are there any other questions or comments at this time for the presenter? Delegate Daniels, we can address the directive after we take a vote on the report. So at this time, I'm going to go ahead, since there's no questions or comments from the Law and Order Committee members, I'm going to go ahead and call for a vote at this time regarding the report. A motion for the report was made by Delegate Herman Daniels, second by Delegate Stephen Arvizo. There were no questions or no comments. There were no questions to the presenter. There were comments that were made regarding the funding available to the Chinle chapter. Again, committee members, are there any other questions or comments at this time? Okay, not hearing anything. Sherelle, can you assist us with roll call vote, please?
Honorable Stephen Arvizo, how do you vote?
Green.
Thank you, Honorable Stephen Arvizo, votes green. Honorable Herman Daniels Jr., how do you vote?
Green.
Thank you, Honorable Herman Daniels Jr., votes green. Honorable Nathan Nota, how do you vote?
Green.
Thank you, Honorable Nathan Nota, votes green. Honorable Cheryl Nyazi is absent. With that, Honorable Madam Chair Charles Newton, you have 3 in favor, 0 opposed, and Madam Chair Charles Newton not voting.
Thank you for that, Sherelle. So with that, 3 in favor, 0 opposed, 2 not voting, we do accept the report that was made to us here by Dr. Rosanna Jumbo Fitch, the president of the Chinle chapter government, regarding Chinle chapter complaints on the emergency flooding response efforts. So with that, I know that Loya, I think you heard the motion that was made by Delegate Herman Daniels when we were hearing the report regarding a directive to address the 53-213 forms that have been submitted to the Chinle chapter. Delegate Herman Daniels, with the Department of Emergency Management addressing this, the 53-213 forms that were submitted, what is the timeline for them to address these forms?
Madam Chair, thank you. Thank you very much. Adonana Kodo, with the directive Kodona data timeline as soon as possible. The destination. I don't know, the 5 days. I know that 5 days is still too long. But I guess it got by 5 days. Madam Chair, thank you.
Thank you for that, Delegate Daniels. 5 days, we're giving the department that's in charge of the 213 forms to address those 53-213 forms. Loya, did you hear the directive?
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is Loya with OLC, and yes, I am drafting that directive right now. And I just wanted to get some clarification, either I believe the Chinle chapter said that they completed the forms and provided to emergency management, and they are waiting for emergency management to complete the forms. And I just wanted to make sure that that was correct, and then I'll have this ready to go.
Loya, who is that question directed to? Say the presenter?
Yes, to the presenter, please.
Okay, Dr. Jumbo Fitch.
Yes, ma'am, that information is correct.
Loya, does that answer your question?
Yes. And so I have the language here. I'm just typing it up, and I can certainly state it over a line so that we can address any additional language that may want to be included or any changes by the delegate. So let's see, but it's just all they're at requesting. Delegate Daniels, I have that the Law and Order Committee hereby directs the Division of Emergency Management to provide the Chinle chapter with the completed 53-213 forms that were submitted for, and I believe this was for the current state of emergency. Is that correct?
That is correct. And ma'am, the Chinle chapter does have a resolution for our particular emergency as well, if you need that information.
Yeah, Delegate Daniels is the.
Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
Madam Chair. Yes, thank you very much. Yeah, yes, I concur with the language. Maybe include to work closely with the Chinle chapter addressing the issues. Thank you very much.
All right. I'm sorry, Madam Chair. I hope I can be recognized again. I have here for the directive as stated in, so that's bullet point A, and under B I say additionally, the Law and Order Committee directs the Division of Emergency Management to work with the Chinle chapter to provide education, support, documentation, and additional resources needed to apply and access available resources to assist with the flooding emergencies.
Madam Chair, yeah, that's good. Done.
Okay, that sounds good, Loya. If you want to go ahead and send that out to the committee right now.
I will get that out.
Okay, committee members, a motion was made for this directive and it's being sent out to us for us to view and for us to read. It was read by a lawyer and agreed upon by the motioning party, which is Delegate Herman Daniels. I know that committee members, I know that you don't have a copy of that right now, but again, it was read into the record. Can I get a second at this time?
Delegate Arvizo seconds.
Delegate Stephen Arvizo seconds the directive. And just while Loya's sending that out, just a reminder that in terms of the directives committee members, once it's approved by the Law and Order Committee, we have to comply with following through to make sure that the directive is sent to the presiding officer, or it's signed by the presiding officer, and then it's got to be provided to the office of the president, and then the affected division director, which will be Director Anderson. This has to take place within 3 days of the committee's approval. And so this is how we follow through with the directive. So while Loya is sending us the directive, Lorraine, I will be there tomorrow in Window Rock to sign the directive and then any of the committee reports that are needed. So I just want to state that for the record. Loya, we're waiting on the directive to be sent out.
I'm just getting everyone's name on the email out, so. Should Be received here shortly. I also did add the timeline, which I didn't read into the record, so you might want to reread the directive as sent. And you should receive it at any time now. It was sent.
I just got it, Loya. That was the Bing. Committee members, the directive has been sent to us today at 1:26 p.m. And just for clarification, I'm going to have Lorraine read the directive into the record per the directive that has been sent to us. Lorraine?
Yes, Madam Chair. Okay, here's the directive. Delegate Herman Daniels Jr. A, the Law and Order Committee hereby directs the Division of Emergency Management to provide the Chinle chapter the completed 53-G13 forms that were submitted for the current state of emergency by flooding within 5 days. B, additionally, the Law and Order Committee hereby directs the Division of Emergency Management to work with the Chinle chapter to provide education, support, documentation, and any additional resources needed to apply and access available resources to assist with the flooding emergency. Communication should be documented in writing. Madam Chair, thank you.
Thank you for that, Lorraine. So with that, committee members, the directive has been read into the record. A motion was made by Delegate Herman Daniels, a second made by Delegate Stephen Arvizo. Committee members, are there any other questions, comments, or any amendments that need to be made to the directive at this time? Okay, not hearing anything. Sherelle, can you assist us with the roll call vote, please?
Honorable Stephen Arvizo, how do you vote?
Green.
Thank you, Honorable Stephen Arvizo votes green. Honorable Herman and Daniels Jr., how do you vote?
I vote green.
Thank you, Honorable Herman and Daniels Jr. votes green. Honorable Nathan Nota, how do you vote? Honorable Nathan Nota, how do you vote?
Green.
Thank you, Honorable Nathan Nota votes green. With that, Honorable Madam Chair Charles Mooney abstain in favor, 0 opposed. Honorable Vice Chair Sherilyn Yazzie absent. Honorable Madam Chair Charles Newton not voting.
Thank you for that, Sherelle. With a vote of 3 in favor, 0 opposed, 2 not voting, the directive has been voted on by the Law and Order Committee, and it is hereby approved. So we appreciate everyone who has been listening in regarding the directive, and hopefully that will help assist the Chinle chapters in moving things forward, and that these 213 forms get addressed within a timely manner. As was stated, 5 days is when we're going to be expecting a response to take place, and hopefully moving these forms forward. So we appreciate the report provided to us by the president of the Chinle chapter, Ms. Jumbo Fitch. We appreciate your report, as well as Director Anderson providing us a report as well. So with that, the vote has been taken. We accepted the report. You are excused at this time, President Jumbo Fitch.
Thank you.
So with that, committee members, we're going to go ahead and move on now to item number 6 on the agenda, old business. There is none. Item number 7, new business. We do have legislation number 0108-23 with the delegate, the sponsor, Speaker Seth Damon is a co-sponsor. It is being sponsored by Delegate Carl Slater. We do see Speaker Damon there at the LOC building. Lorraine, can you go ahead and read the legislation into the record, please?
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the Law and Order Committee. Tracking number 0108-23, an act relating to the Law and Order, Health, Education, and Human Services, Budget and Finance, and the Legislative Committee, and the Navajo Nation Council approving amendments to the Navajo Nation Veterans Trust Fund at 12 NMC Section 1171 through 1178. This will move forward to test Budget Finance, Legislative, and Nomination Council. Attached as Exhibit 1, which is the Nomination Department of Justice document review request form, and also from the OPVP office review form, and Title 12 Fiscal Matters, Chapter 10 Nomination Trust Fund, Subchapter 8 Nomination Veterans Trust Fund document is attached. Following that is that 5-day comment review document, and there is one document from Lloyd Gay, which is attached at the end of the document. Madam Chair, thank you.
Thank you for that. So with that, we do have the co-sponsor available for questions that the Law and Order Committee may have. Can I get a motion and a second, please? Committee members, we need a motion and a second at this time for legislation number 0108-23.
Motion.
Motion.
Delegate Nota.
Made by Delegate Nathan Nota. Can I get a second? Second call for a second for legislation number 0108-23.
Madam Chair, this is Daniel. I'll go ahead and second.
Second made by Delegate Herman Daniels. Committee members, here at Law and Order Committee, we handle our legislation one of two ways. Number one is if there are questions for legislation number 0108-23, we will give the floor to the presenter. He will have 20 minutes on the clock to present his legislation, and then it moves back to the committee members for questions. Or if there are no questions to legislation number 0108-23, which will proceed forward to Health, Education, Human Services, as well as Budget and Finance, and then on to Navikiyatka and Navajo Nation Council, then we can go ahead and proceed forward to the vote. How would well, let me ask, do any of the committee members have any questions regarding legislation number 0108-23? Second call, do any committee members have questions to legislation number 0108-23? Last and final call, do any Law and Order Committee members have any questions to legislation number 0108-23? Okay, not hearing anything, a motion has been established by Delegate Nathan Nota, a second by Delegate Herman Daniels. Sherelle, can you assist us with roll call vote, please?
Honorable Stephen Arvizo, how do you vote?
Green.
Thank you. Honorable Stephen Arvizo votes green. Honorable Herman Daniels Jr., how do you vote?
I vote green.
Thank you. Honorable Herman Daniels Jr. votes green. Honorable Nathan Nota, how do you vote?
Green.
Thank you. Honorable Nathan Nota votes green. Honorable Sherilyn Yazzie is absent. With that, Honorable Madam Chair, Charles Manley, have 3 in favor, 0 opposed, and Madam Chair, Charles Manley not voting.
Thank you, Sherelle. So with that, we do have a vote of 3 in favor, 0 opposed, 2 not voting. Again, legislation number 0108-23 does pass here at the Law and Order Committee, and it does proceed forward to the Health, Education, Human Services Committee. Before I move on to the next order of business, does the co-sponsor want to say anything at this time?
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I just want to thank the committee members for moving this legislation forward. This legislation will be coming for Navigated Committee and then on to the summer session. So again, thank you very much for starting the process for legislation 0108-238. I appreciate it, yeah, and good afternoon to everybody on the line. Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll go ahead and yield back to the floor.
Thank you, Speaker Damon, and thank you for being there at the Law and Order Committee building to present your legislation. Committee members, we're going to go ahead and move to the next item on the agenda, 7B. We are now at discussion. We do have to discuss the meeting date change, June 19th. We do have on June 19th a recognized Navajo Nation holiday. Juneteenth is what it's referred to. So our staff will not be available during that time. So the recommendation on the agenda is to move the meeting to June 20th. Can I get a motion and a second at this time to start our discussion?
Delegate Arvizo motion.
Motion made by Delegate Stephen Arvizo. Can I get a second?
Second, Delegate Nota.
Delegate Nathan Nota makes the second. So with that, committee members, as I stated, June 19th is a Navajo Nation holiday. Normally, when the Law and Order Committee has a holiday on the day that we're supposed to meet, we usually move it to the next day. And most committees also do the same thing as well. However, because it's up for discussion, is everybody good with moving the Law and Order Committee meeting to June 20th at 10 o'clock a.m.?
Yes.
Delegate Nathan Nota is in agreement. Are there any objections to moving it to June 20th? Keep in mind, committee members, that the Navajo Nation Economic Summit at Twin Arrows will be going on at that time. But I think we can, still participate with the Law and Order Committee through a teleconference. Okay, not hearing any objections from any of the committee members, I'm going to call for a roll call vote, and this will move the Law and Order Committee meeting to June 20th. It will be a special meeting at that time with the purposes being documented as June 19th being a Navajo Nation holiday. So Sherelle, can you assist us with roll call vote, please?
Honorable Stephen Arvizo, how do you vote?
Great.
Thank you, Honorable Stephen Arvizo, votes green. Honorable Herman and Daniel Senior, how do you vote?
Green.
Thank you, Honorable Herman and Daniel Senior, votes green. Honorable Nathan Nota, how do you vote?
Green.
Thank you, Honorable Nathan Nota, votes green. Honorable Vice Chair Sherilyn Yazzie is absent. Honorable Madam Chair Charlton, you have 3 in favor, 0 opposed, and Madam Chair Charles Minton not voting.
Thank you for that, Sherelle. So with that vote, 3 in favor, 0 opposed, 2 not voting. Lorraine, let's go ahead and let's make sure that that information is sent out to the Law and Order Committee members and make sure that it's reflected as such on the agenda for our next meeting dates. Thank you, committee members. We'll move on to the next item on the agenda, which is item 6C, discussion purposes. The purpose of us having this discussion is to schedule a meeting. And this is regarding the public safety facility meeting that we had with Parsons a few weeks back. There was a request at that time that the Law and Order Committee meet with the chapters that are going to be affected with not only the public safety facility buildings, but also the first responder substations as well. And so what we decided is, well, what one recommendation that came forward was that we have a meeting at Twin Arrows to invite all of the Arizona chapters, and then have a meeting in New Mexico. So the Arizona will be at Twin Arrows, and then the other, the New Mexico one will be at the Fire Rock Casino. Have the meetings there and have the chapters come so that we can present to them information regarding the public safety facility buildings and the first responder substations. So that's the purpose of this discussion. Can I get a motion and a second so that we can start our discussions, colleagues?
Delegate Nota motion.
Delegate Nathan Nota motions. Can I get a second?
Yeah. I'll see you on Thursday.
Yeah.
Second, Daniel.
Second made by Delegate Herman Daniels. Committee members, if you could all pull out your calendar. I know that or your planner. I know that our days are starting to fill very quickly. We do have the Navajo Nation Economic Summit that will be taking place the 20th through the 22nd. Because this will provide some coordination from the Twin Arrows Navajo Casino Resort and also the Fire Rock Casino. We are also open to possibly meeting at a chapter house as well if a chapter wants to host the committee. So at this time, committee members, is there any recommendation aside from Twin Arrows and Fire Rock that we could consider at this time? In terms
Yes. Madam Chair, can we do this in Tohatchi?
You want a Tohatchi chapter to sponsor?
Yes.
All right. There is a recommendation for Tohatchi chapter for New Mexico. Are there any objections at this time for Tohatchi to sponsor us? All right, you're going to save us some money, Delegate Nota. Thank you for that. Is there a chapter in Arizona that would like to sponsor the Law and Order Committee? Okay, not hearing anything. The other option that we could do, committee members, is if Twin Arrows is not available, we could also have the meeting at the Law and Order Committee building. And again, this is to update the chapters that will be received, that have been identified as possible locations for the first responder substation and or the complex, which would include the detention center, the law enforcement, police department, criminal investigations, the judicial or the courts. So we could have that meeting at the Law and Order Committee building if that's the other option. I guess let me ask first. Is the committee fine with hosting the meeting there in Window Rock at the Law and Order Committee building? Are there any objections?
Madam Chair, this is Delegate Daniel.
Delegates.
Thank you. Honorable Nota. New Mexico chapters. For Arizona. I was thinking Twin Arrows Fire Station. But I don't know. We need a bigger space for Arizona chapters. I know that Law and Order Committee building, that trailer is kind of small. It's all the meeting space. I don't know Twin Arrows, the fire stations for Arizona chapters. I don't know if that's big enough. If not, ashi wishod or we can look for work with one of the Arizona chapters on the Arizona side, so maybe the Chinle chapters that on nation. So it is out what I recommend. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you for that, Delegate Daniels. Yes, you are correct. So let me, committee members, per the priority projects that have been submitted to the Law and Order Committee that we've been working with during the 24th. The chapters that would be affected by this is the Shiprock chapter, the Delcon chapter. There is also the Chinle chapter, the Pinon chapter, the Winter or actually it would be the Fort Defiance chapter. There's also the Alamo chapter, the Aneth chapter, Tohajale chapter, Tohatchee chapter, and then Salee chapter. So I guess in terms of Arizona, there's a little bit more Arizona, I guess, projects. I believe there's Delcon, there's Pinon, there's also Fort Defiance. I don't know if that would be, if it's, I know it might be on the New Mexico side, but it's still more on the Arizona side. And then you also have the Salee chapter, which is 4 of the chapters. So we can look into Twin Arrows, but that doesn't mean that, you know, all the Arizona are going to show up, you know, on that day. That's the plan. We may have some New Mexico chapters who may not be able to make it to Tohatchee because we're going to have to propose 2 separate dates for the New Mexico side and then another one for the Arizona side that we have to take into consideration, committee members. So I think what Delegate Herman Daniels, you know, the Law and Order Committee building is it's big enough for the committee, but it's not, you know, very big to host a meeting with all of the chapters. So the reason we were looking at the Twin Arrows was because of the facility, because there's some chapters that have not toured the facility there, which is the substation. So we can have it at the substation. I believe we have Director Anderson. Director Anderson, are you still on the line?
He left, Madam Chair.
Okay, I can reach out to Director Anderson, but I'm sure they won't have a problem with us doing it there as well. So that is the other alternative. So at this time, since the recommendation has been made, I'm going to ask, are there any objections for having the other public safety facility meeting at the Twin Arrows Navajo Casino Resort substation?
Madam Chair, Delegate Arvizo.
Delegate Arvizo, floor is yours.
I'm wondering if that, you know, we did have our meeting there before and it was fairly small. Is it going to be enough to accommodate all the chapters for Arizona? As you indicated, there's more on that side than New Mexico. And perhaps to accommodate everyone, we should just go, I mean, we're going to be in the same area, then do the Twin Arrows. Madam Chair.
Yeah. So right now we do have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 Arizona chapters that have been identified. So there is that possibility, Delegate Arvizo, that we may run into that issue of it, you know, the space not being big enough. So we do have that problem. What we can do is once we make once the committee votes on the location and then the date, we'll send that out to the chapters and we'll ask them to RSVP. I say that kind of in a I guess in a jokey manner because, we'll plenty of times, as we know, there's a RSVP on the invitations and not many people RSVP, but we can ask the chapters which one they're planning to attend. And then to also provide a kind of a summary as to why we're asking them to attend to get updates on these projects for public safety. Right now, as of last year during the 24th, the cost was 247 million, but it was close to 248 million. And committee members, part of this, part of working with the chapters and informing them about these projects that are coming up is that, we need that funding at 248 million or the full funding of over 500 million. So, we have to have that discussion about the funding, which is really kind of holding us back. But it's also a good time to update the chapters on the updated costs that were discussed at Parsons, and then also some of the changes that we had to make during the 24th Navajo Nation Council to try to accommodate the funding, and I should say the lack of funding that was happening during the 24th Navajo Nation Council. So to answer your question, Delegate Arvizo, we can send out some information. If we have to make changes to the Twin Arrow one, we can. If more chapters are going to attend the Twin Arrows one, we can see if we can get a meeting room there at Twin Arrows.
Madam Chair, this is Delegate Nota. Can we reach out to the Arizona chapters, Piñon and those others? And see what their response is.
Yes, and we can definitely do that. So what if you guys, committee members, if you want to, we can table this discussion, and Lorraine and I can start reaching out to the chapters to see if any of them would be willing to host us, and then also let them know that those are currently, we're trying to determine a location as well as a date to meet and to try to get input on this. And then we'll also do kind of like a deadline. That way we're not waiting forever for them to decide on where we should meet, and what time and on what day. We'll ask them to respond right away so that we have an idea of what is available. But we definitely will keep the Tohatchee location for New Mexico, and then hopefully just one other place. My fear is that the chapters are going to start saying, well, we want to host you, which is great. But the purpose of us having one location in New Mexico is so that share that information, that one time with the New Mexico chapters, and then share that information one time with the Arizona chapters as well. So we do.
So Tohatchee would be, I would preface that with the soonest time. And then we look at somewhere in Arizona, like Piñon or one of those other substations that are possibilities.
I think that's a great idea. Committee members, because we do have a motion on the floor right now by Delegate Nathan Nota, a second by Delegate Herman Daniels. Committee members, if you guys are good with it, we can table this discussion till the next Law and Order Committee meeting, where we can get a little bit more information about other chapters that are willing to host us to have this meeting.
Madam Chair, I motion to table. Delegate Arvizo.
Motion to table the discussion made by Delegate Stephen Arvizo. Can I get a second?
Delegate Nota, second.
Delegate Nota, second. So with that, committee members, we're not going to take an official vote since this is to just table. What I will say is, are there any objections to tabling this discussion? Okay, not hearing anything. Because it's just a discussion, it's not a legislation, we're not going to go through the formal process of calling a roll call vote. Since there are no objections, this discussion is hereby tabled to the next Law and Order Committee meeting. Now we move to item 7B on the agenda. We do have to finish up our Law and Order Committee leadership meeting. As you may recall, committee members, this was interrupted by the request for the executive meeting, and then also the special council that was called on Friday, June 2nd. So what we didn't finish is we still have to discuss the Title 17 Criminal Code Amendment recommendations that have been presented during the 24th, but the 25th needs to be made aware of that. We also have the National Crime Information Center, NCIC, that was supposed to provide some information on what they do, and then also the National Missing and Unidentified Person, which we often refer to as NAMIS. They haven't presented. And then the Violence Against Women's Act, we haven't got information on that act as well. So we did make a suggestion. I know that Delegate Arvizo asked, why New Mexico wasn't at the meeting, and it was because they just couldn't make it. But the suggestion was to meet in Albuquerque to allow the AUSA to meet with the Law and Order Committee. She did introduce herself at a joint HES meeting, Ms. Demas, but we can get the rest of the presentation at the Hispano Chambers. They work with the Navajo Nation Council, and they don't charge us for using their meeting space. And so that is the option right now. The other option that was presented is we also haven't met with the Salt Lake City or the Utah AUSA or the FBI agents there in Utah. So the other alternative or the other recommendation was to possibly meet in Salt Lake City to meet with the AUSA and then also the FBI agents on that side as well. So how would the committee like to proceed? That's the purpose of this discussion. So to open up the discussions, we need a motion and a second.
Motion, Delegate Daniel.
Motion made by Delegate Herman Daniels. Can I get a second?
Delegate Arvizo seconds.
Delegate Stephen Arvizo seconds. So with that, committee members, I read through the agenda, provided some recommendations. How would the committee like to proceed? I guess in terms of location, do the committee members have any recommendations on where we should meet?
Madam Chair, this is Delegate Daniel.
Delegate Daniels, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much for the Madam Chair. Regarding the leadership meeting put on the I would recommend Hispano Chamber of Commerce. They don't charge us meeting space. I don't know. Sometimes they provide a so thank you.
Thank you, Delegate Daniels. And so for the new committee members, the Hispano Chambers, they do have an agreement with the Navajo Nation, and they provide us a free meeting space if needed there in Albuquerque in times like this where, in this case, to meet with the United States Attorney General's office for the state of New Mexico, as well as the FBI agents in New Mexico. This would be a great opportunity for us to, take advantage of the Hispano Chamber Center and offer that as a place. I know that when we request for them to come into Window Rock, it's a long process, and we also try to work with the different chapters. But because in this case, this was a leadership meeting. The purpose of this leadership meeting is for the Law and Order Committee, as well as Department of Justice, as well as the judicial branch, as well as, Division of Public Safety, for all of us to get information that's going to affect the Title 17 amendments that are being proposed for consideration for the 25th Navajo Nation Council. So again, the Hispano Chamber Center doesn't charge the council. And they're very good in that they also, help us with food as well. So I don't know if that, and then I know that Delegate Arvizo had made the recommendation because the New Mexico FBI, agents were not there, as well as the United States Attorney General was not present from the state of New Mexico. And then just so you know, committee members, that if we decide to have the meeting in Albuquerque, I'm also working on a separate meeting in Salt Lake City to meet with the AUSA there, and then also the FBI agents that assist us with on the Navajo Nation side with cases. So committee members, the recommendation has been made, Hispano Chambers Center. Are there any objections to that?
Madam Chair, this is Delegate Daniel.
Delegate Daniels, go ahead.
Yes, I have a question. Is this for a day, or would it require a couple days?
It will require a couple of days because we were a day and a half into our leadership meeting when we got called into Window Rock. So I would say it would probably be about a day and a half.
Okay, yeah, thank you. Thank you.
Committee members, are there any objections to the Hispano Chambers Center as a location to finish up our leadership meeting? Okay, not hearing anything. It sounds like we got a location selected. Now I need you guys to look at your calendar and tell me what days work for everyone. I know that my calendar is pretty filled for June. And if we could look into July, we are currently not meeting on we probably can't meet on the 3rd because the 4th of July is the next Tuesday. But there is we could possibly meet on the 6th and 7th. Because we don't have a Nabikiatskit scheduled on the 6th, July 6th and 7th. Are we available for July 6th and 7th?
Yes.
Madam Chair, I will not be available on the 7th.
Okay, what about July 5th and 6th?
I am available on the 5th and 6th.
Delegate Nathan Notar, are you available on the 5th and 6th of July?
Yes.
Delegate Herman Daniels, are you available on July 5th and 6th?
Yeah, thank you.
Perfect. Well, it sounds like the date has been set. Lorraine, let's go ahead and start working on getting the email out to those presenters who were set and ready to go at the last leadership meeting. And again, for everyone who is listening, the purpose of this leadership meeting is we have to get as much information as we can regarding the federal statutes and the changes that have been made in order to move the Title 17 amendments, which is the criminal code. In order to move that forward, we all have to be on the same page. So at the last leadership meeting, we had Department of Justice that was there. We had the prosecutor's office that was there. We had the U.S. Attorney General's office that was there for Arizona. We also had FBI agents that were also available. We had law enforcement that were present. We had criminal investigators who were present, and we had Director Anderson. So we pretty much had everybody there so that we could start moving these things, start moving the amendment forward. So Lorraine, July 5th and 6th, I'm penciling that in because we have to verify that these dates are available for the presenters, and then we can proceed forward from there, but we can send out the email today. So with that, committee members, we have July 5th and 6th at the Hispano Chambers Center to finish up the Title 17 Criminal Code, the National Crime Information Center, the National Missing and Unidentified Persons System, the Violence Against Women's Act presentation, to also meet with AUSA for Indian country as well as FBI. So Are there any objections to the Hispano Chamber Center and July 5th and 6th? Last call. Okay, not hearing anything. Let's go to roll call vote. Sherelle, can you assist us with roll call vote, please?
Honorable Stephen Avisa, how do you vote?
Agree.
Thank you, Honorable Stephen Avisa votes green. Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr., how do you vote?
I vote green.
Thank you, Honorable Herman M. Daniels Jr. votes green. Honorable Nathan Nota, how do you vote?
Yes.
Thank you, Honorable Nathan Nota votes green. Honorable Vice Chair Sherilyn Yazzie is absent. Honorable Madam Chair Charles Newton, you have 3 in favor, 0 opposed, and Madam Chair Charles Newton not voting.
Thank you for that, Sherelle. So with that, we'll go ahead and start working to get the Hispano Chamber Center secured, and then also letting the presenters know that we're going to continue with finishing out the leadership meeting. We're now at the close of the meeting. Before I call for a motion in a second, I'd like to ask, are there any announcements at this time? Okay, not hearing anything. Committee members, just a reminder, June 20th, we're having our special Law and Order Committee meeting that will start at 10:00 a.m. We also have the June 26th Law and Order Committee meeting that will be held at the Kayenta Township and Fire Department. And then we'll be making our way to Monument Valley Fire Department to talk to the Monument Valley community there about their lack of public safety assistance. After that, we have a July 10th committee meeting. And then we do have Navajo Nation Council session that's scheduled July 17th through the 21st. Keep in mind, committee members, also that there is a tribal consultation that is held on July 13th and 14th. An email was sent to the entire committee asking us to save the date. No location, no time, no agenda has been sent out, just the save the date email. This is the tribal consultation with the United States Attorney's Office for New Mexico. So just an FYI that tribal consultation has been sent out. We also have, as a reminder for the New Mexico delegates, Delegate Nathan Nota, Delegate Arvizo, we have our New Mexico Caucus work session that will be happening this week on Thursday and Friday. So just a reminder on that. And then we have Nabik Iatskit next week on Thursday. So there's going to be a lot of things that will be going on within the next couple of weeks. I also, committee members, I don't know if you guys saw this, but I just now got an email and I opened it up. It's a public hearing, committee members. I mean, I didn't hear about this until just now on the email. It's a public hearing regarding the Navajo Nation minimum wage. And it is being called by the executive branch divisions, which include the Division of Human Resources, Division of Natural Resources, and Division of Economic Development. And it looks like tomorrow they will be at Chinle, Apache County office from 8:30 to 11. They've already gone to Tuba City and they've already gone to Kayenta. Tomorrow they will be in Chinle. And then it's Fort Defiance on the 13th, Shiprock on the 14th. Looks like they're going to do 2, one in Shiprock and then one in Crown Point. And then it's going to end up in Tuahajale on June 15th. So committee members, this was sent to us via email. It was actually through a Navajo Nation announcement. And so you might want to be aware of that they are having the public hearings regarding the Navajo Nation minimum wage. So those are the announcements that I do have at this time. And again, I usually try to keep everybody updated on the different meetings that are being called upon where council delegates are being asked to be in attendance. So with that, committee members, are there any other announcements at this time? Okay, not hearing anything. I do need a motion and a second to adjourn.
Delegate Arvizo motions.
Motion made by Delegate Stephen Arvizo to adjourn at 2:10 PM. Can I get a second? Committee members, I
Second,
need
Dan-
second made by
Daniels.
Delegate Daniels. I doubt anybody wants to have a discussion on adjournment, so we'll just move to roll call vote. Sherelle, can you assist us with roll call vote, please?
Honorable Stephen Arvizo, how do you vote?
Green.
Thank you, Honorable Stephen Arvizo votes green. Honorable Herman Daniels Jr., how do you vote?
I vote green.
Thank you, Honorable Herman and Daniels Jr. votes green. Honorable Nathan Nota, how do you vote?
Green.
Thank you, Honorable Nathan Nota votes green. Honorable Sherilyn Yazzie is absent. Honorable Madam Chair Charles Newton, you have 3 in favor, 0 opposed, and Madam Chair Charles Newton not voting.
Thank you for that, Sherelle. So with that, we are hereby adjourned at 2:10 PM. Thank you, committee members, for being in attendance today. And I will see you guys at the Economic Summit. If not, I will certainly be on call on June 10th at the Special Law and Order Committee meeting. Thank you all. Be safe out there and enjoy time with the family.
Thank you.